Fuck it, we're starting. It has been a rough day for Theo, so sorry in advance if I'm a little more antsy than usual. Cat is screaming. He probably will be the entire stream because we've all been locked in here because the staircase to my studio has been under construction for 6-7 hours now. It was supposed to be done at noon. They started at 1, so I got fucked. Thankfully, I have another camera. Sadly, I don't have any of the settings I needed on this camera, so I had to reconfigure the whole thing, so I couldn't copy them from my camera from my studio. And the autofocus is fucked, and I don't... it's one of those days. I'm going to fuck with the autofocus settings, see if I can get it to just stop. Give me 1 second. I literally just want my settings off my camera upstairs, and I can't have them. No, I don't want to record right now. I'm not trying to record right now. Just give me access to my autofocus settings. Get back to human mode. Hopefully it will stop being weird. Okay, now I switched it to human mode and it's doing the eye tracking. When I had it on the eye tracking mode, it wouldn't track me at all. I have no idea what's going on. Let me know in chat if my focus gets weird again so I can fix it, but I think it's fine now. Buddy, you were so quiet for the last hour, and as soon as I get started, you're screaming again. Really? It's one of those days. Anyways, let's get this all going. I haven't even set up YouTube chat yet because I didn't know if/when I would even be able to go live. Thankfully, I'm here now. Buddy, please chill. You guys can see the cat. Let me grab him. Miles. Your presence has been requested. Hi, bud. He's not in the mood either. None of us want to be trapped in here still, but we don't have another option. Mark, if you could turn on the AC, I'd appreciate it because it is warm in here and Apple Home has been broken since 2 iOS updates ago. Appreciate it. Yeah, gonna be a pissed off day. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Mark. Buddy, I really need you to quiet down. You've been so good. Can you be good just like an hour longer? I'm gonna give him bathroom access because it's his favorite thing. There. You go to the bathroom. I can't let you out. You will cause problems. It's not an option, I'm sorry. I know it's bothering me too. We're in this together. Buddy. You don't want to be out there. Say you like that. Yeah, you missed a bit of cat cam. Sorry. There will probably be plenty more because we're all trapped in here for the time being because the construction is still going on. That was supposed to be done hours ago. I also didn't realize they were going to literally lock down the entire stair set to my studio. So I can't get to my studio, which means I can't get my camera, I can't go get my SD card with my settings on it or anything. It's been incredibly inconvenient. Thankfully, I moved enough of my stuff down here for some other stuff I was shooting that I was able to scrap together a setup. But yeah, I'm not in my best mood at the moment. Buddy, you don't want to go out there. Giving him his last possible thing he would want, which is access to my closet. Miles, here. You know I hate doing this. No, you can't go out. See how much you don't want this, buddy? I tried showing him outside to see if he would understand that it is more stressful out there than in here. Hopefully that will be enough to calm him down. How long do I think it'll take them to complete the staircase fix? -4 hours, but I got fucked, so I have no idea at this point. It might be multiple days at this point. I'm annoyed, if you can't tell. Anyways, let's figure out what we're talking about. I know you guys can't hear the cat, but I can, and it will drive me insane. Like, actually insane. Yeah, the new iOS app on Twitch is a mess. I'm sorry if you have to deal with that. Let me switch this to all chat. I love that these different options are like top all, but they call it live and fan funding. It's just, God, YouTube chats is something. Miles is not the only one who needs to smoke right now. I'm not going to lie. I changed a bunch of settings on my camera, so hopefully that won't screw anything up. Let's do our offset so we can just get started. Why is my fucking OBS isn't recording? Are you kidding? That's so annoying. 14:30. I'm going to just manually record. I have to offset 2 things, which is so annoying. Cool. I have that offset done. Now I need to do one for the camera. I also forgot to put the dash. I did the colon, which is going to break when I export later. That's so fun. Let me fix my OBS settings so it never happens again, because it will just piss me off in the future. I have my... Okay, good. I was making sure I'm still recording at the right settings. That's all good. Automatically record when stream starts. Applied. Fixed. There. The cats are now playing in my closet. Hopefully that will keep them quiet for the time being. We good to get started? Let me thank everybody I've missed while getting set up. Sorry again for the delays. I could never have predicted any of this. We got CD Villard with the 7 months at tier 1. Thank you for that. 2 months from Julius, hitting that over 2-year mark. Always good to see you, man. Thanks for all the help with the stuff we'll be launching. We got 26 months from Pistoa. Pistoa? I should probably know how to pronounce your name if you've been subbed for 26 months. Calling you PS. Thank you so much. I got Paulette here with the Prime. Rem XB4. Tier 1 for 3 months. Buddy, you just stopped. Please don't start again. I would lock him upstairs if I could go upstairs. Yeah, X chat, like the Twitter live chat, is so utterly garbage. It's unbelievable. He is not food motivated. The food motivated cat doesn't give a fuck right now. He's just chilling. Miles, all he wants is freedom, and he cannot have freedom right now. So he will be complaining until he has freedom again. That's how he is. Please, buddy. Truly an American cat. They were very bonded. They no longer are. I can't send him to Mark because, again, he cannot be outside of this room. The stair set that leads to where Mark normally would be, as well as to my studio, is inaccessible. All he can do is get killed by things falling from the ceiling. He is stuck in here. Yeah, thank you, CD Villard, for the gift subs. Appreciate that a ton. Oh, shit, you hit UI UX Phil and Mondays. 2 OGs. And Lynn, too. Hitting a bunch of the OGs. Yeah, if it's not done by end of day today, I'm tearing shit down and making it so I can go around. I don't think I'll be going over Pickstrokes. I downloaded it, but I didn't have a chance to actually set it up or play with it. And I haven't seen like anyone meaningfully cover it. I did a tools I've been using video not too long ago. I'm going to do a follow-up in the near future of like more tools I've been using, but not just yet. We have too much other shit to cover. Maybe on Friday. Oh, by the way, we are streaming Friday. Big announcement on Friday that I'm very excited for. I would pick Rust and Go for very different things. Go if I want something that's easily maintainable and flexible that I need to have go really fast. Rust if I want something that isn't easily maintainable or flexible, but will never ever break again. Like if I already have a concrete, focused in, lasered in, ready spec that I know exactly what I want for, and I don't expect it to change meaningfully, Rust. But if I want like JS but faster, Go. And once I start seeing compelling WASM and WebGPU apps written in Rust, I'll care about this more. But at this point in time, there just aren't any. And that's the issue. I'm sure all my numbers suck. Oh, wow. We're actually getting a decent bit of viewers on YouTube, despite the fact that I'm super late and the time zone sucks. Yeah, that's cool to see. I was expecting all my metrics to be shit today. So it means a lot that everybody's still here, despite the lateness. We got RemXB4 with the tier 1, 3 months in. Appreciate that. Viewbot with a heart at the 15-month mark. Still one of the best usernames on the platform. Really appreciate you, man. We got Zayad with the Prime, Tobian with the Prime, Chase with the Prime, 5 months in. Gotta love that early enter press. We've all been there. Oh, one fun thing I did when I was waiting, I think you guys will enjoy this. I got a DM about a new feature Mark and I had just shipped on PickThing for downloading multiple images at once. Why am I not signed in? One moment. I really need to get like a blur layer so I can just blur instead of having to change my aspect ratio when I do things like this. Effort. Anyways. So we added a feature where you can now select multiple images at once and download. And due to a combination of like one bad ternary and Chrome sucking, it was not working great. But we fixed the problem by adding JS zip and letting you download a zip with a bunch at once, which makes life significantly easier. It's not a feature I personally needed because, again, like the point of this app is that it is where I go to browse to find the picture I'm looking for. But yeah, pretty cool. Nice little feature. Happy we could fix it. Yeah, Finite Singularity's a fucking god at OBS. He's unreal. One of the best OBS hackers. Oh shit, Chris McConnell. Thanks for stopping by, man. What do I recognize your name from? You did some big open source thing that I'm thinking of. I'm not mixing you up with Chris McCord either. I know that I'm so sure you've done something. If not, totally fine, but please jog my memory if I am somewhat correct. Not you? Okay, so I'm just mixing you up with Chris McCord. Lame. Thought my memory was better than that. We got Kono Tyrant with the Prime. Thank you for that. 129 Kamal as well. I've been planning on doing a Java redemption arc type thing for a bit now. Like, I think Java gets more shit than it deserves, but I need to plan that video so I don't get flamed for it. But there is a future where I do a very specific, like, in defense of Java video. I also should show off, we'll possibly show off some of the Laravel stuff I've been working on later. It's not like top priority for this stream because I'm behind on so much shit, but it is not unlikely we get there soon. What I use a super lightweight note-taking app focused on writing down things that I learned while deving. Saw a really nice personal site where someone wrote a bunch of TILs and now I want to make that into a site. I probably shouldn't be using Notion for it like I do right now. I had a lot to say about Laravel as I was using it more. But for me, like, if you're going lighter weight than Notion, at that point, I'd probably just put it in my editor as like a notes.md file. Like, if I want lighter, I don't want to leave the program I'm in. So it's hard for me to think of like a different app or website that I would cave for to have yet another place my notes go. Yeah, Laravel Slog has been a bit nuts. I'm chatting with the team. We have calls scheduled. They're almost certainly going to make meaningful changes. Guys, stop fighting. Now the cats are fucking fighting. Buddies, I know you want to be out, but you can't yet. I'm sorry. Okay, Miles? Not you good. If they fight again, I'll have to separate them. You know what? I am closer and closer to making Obsidian a banned word. No, do it. Lol. The contradiction of life. No, I don't have cats. There's just these two weird cat-shaped creatures behind me causing me lots of problems. Yes, I have cats. Thank you, Finn and Nightmares, both for the Prime subs. Let's get started. Kind of want to go straight into the outage report. Let's do it. Bright and early on Tuesday morning, Upload Things suffered its first major outage. We've had a couple blips here and there with things being written to database, or retake on that. Early Tuesday morning, Upload Thing had its first major outage. Not saying we've never had any form of outage before. There have been little blips in our API when people tried to bulk write lots of files at once. We've since resolved all of those. But this wasn't an outage in our ability to upload new files. It was an outage in your ability to access existing ones, which is significantly more severe and is entirely unacceptable. Before we go into any details on this, I want to both apologize and call out the severity of this outage. This isn't your usual, or this isn't some small blip. This was a big thing, and we are taking it seriously. It is important for our users to know that their files will always be accessible unless they themselves delete them. And any amount of time where a file's URL does not resolve that file is something that should not be accepted. And if somebody churns or decides to no longer use upload as a result of this outage, I totally understand. I just hope you guys also understand how hard we're working to make sure this doesn't happen going forward, as well as how unique a scenario it was that this happened in the first place. We're going out of our way to be as transparent as possible about the root cause and also the things that we are doing to prevent this going forward. And with the and we also have a huge infrastructure overhaul that I've been personally dogfooding for months that is coming out on Friday that I'm really excited about. We'll cover all of that in a minute, though. This video has no sponsors. I just want to be transparent about what happened and show you guys from start to finish how outages like this happen and what we can do in the future to fix it. And no, unit testing is not the answer. Anyways, we have a new docs site that we also added a blog to. Right now, you can access it at v7.uploadthing.com, but in the near future, it will be just the traditional docs. It'll also be where all of our blogs are. And I wrote our first blog post, which is kind of sad that our only blog post so far is about an outage, but I promise I'll write some more fun ones in the near future. Let's dive in. Our first major outage. On Tuesday, September 10th, 2024, from 0851 to 0944 UTC, all URLs to files hosted by UploadThing were inaccessible. No data was lost. I put this at the top. It felt a little bad because I almost felt like I was saying it's not a big deal, but I really wanted to emphasize it is. And I said that right afterwards, saying that this is an unacceptable outage. Like if I was a customer of UploadThing, which, okay, to be frank, I am a customer of UploadThing, but if I was a customer and not the CEO, I would be pissed. Thankfully, our customers are a lot kinder than I am, and we're very, very thoughtful in letting us know, understanding the issues, and helping us figure it out. But yeah, as I say here, UploadThing users should trust that their files are accessible at all times, and I sympathize with the engineers who had managers, customers, and more doubting their choices as a result of our failure. We fucked up, and we're sorry. Yeah, there was one person who mentioned that they were about to have a really rough conversation with their boss because they were using UploadThing and their customers' files weren't accessible, and that sent shivers down my spine. It was terrifying. I still feel terrible about it. Like, we're trying to build something you can trust and rely on and use and love. And if we don't meet those expectations, that sucks. That sucks really hard. And while we've been surprisingly stable, considering the fact that we're a 3-person early stage startup shipping millions of files, it's still not acceptable. And we will go as far out of our way as possible to assure this won't happen again. We spent far too much of the last, now it's like closer to 36 hours, breaking everything down and building a blog just so I could share this in detail. The TLDR of what went wrong is that we had made a change to our KV that resolves file URLs. So when you look at an UploadThing file, like if I go to PickThing quick, because obviously we're dogfooding UploadThing with PickThing, I'll switch to not transparent, so I get a traditional image URL, copy the URL. You'll see here we have /a/this. So this is the app ID. This is / is for the specific app being uploaded to. You can just do /f instead, but I prefer these URLs because now you can whitelist them on specific things like Next's image optimizer. But the more important part here is this guy, which is the slug that represents the specific file. It might look a little different for you if you're on UploadThing v6, which pretty much everyone is, but going from v7 onwards, your URLs will look like this. And for everyone else, they're this, but shorter. The important piece here is that this part is a key. And this key doesn't by itself become an actual URL to the actual file. We have a worker in between that does that conversion. Is the background sound audible? Because the construction just started and it's quite loud for me. Yes from some, no from others. Enough people said yes that I'm just going to wait for that to chill out. I know it sounds okay, but I don't want to have to hear it in post and be angry that it's in one of the most important videos I've done in a minute. Hopefully they'll stop with the loud part in a second. You guys really can't hear it? Yeah, some people just aren't as capable of noticing those types of things. It's like 1 dB. It's 1 dB, but it's a dB that's present as I am talking. So, yeah. It is what it is. We'll give it like 45 seconds to see if it's a temporary thing, but I have a bad feeling it won't be. Love that they were so quiet for the past hour as I was getting ready, and then as soon as I start filming a video, it's loud. If I didn't have 7 hours of meetings tomorrow, I would have canceled stream today and done it tomorrow instead, but I can't. I literally cannot move all of those meetings. 2 of them are already because I missed things. These streams need a grunt and sigh counter. You're not wrong. Construction noises while reporting on an outage is fitting. You're not wrong. You have no idea how chaotic my life can be. I try to reduce all my meetings to 1 or 2 days a week, but it means those 1 or 2 days have a lot of meetings. It's not a washing machine. It is some type of saw or drill. We have a lot of water damage from a ceiling leak, from the roof leaking, that is finally being fixed after being not fixed for way too long. And I wasn't about to wait another 3 fucking months, so I agreed to let them do it today with the expectation it would be done 4 hours ago, and it started 3 hours ago. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Oh, is it a vacuum? Oh, that's a good sign. If it's a vacuum, they might actually be done soon. Yeah, as Bot Cooper said, it's much easier to have 2 7-hour days than 5 3-hour days. Absolutely agree. Mongo's shutting down Alice device sync. Ooh, fun. Yeah, my work is chaotic. It's just my break from things isn't I stop working. My break is I go from one type of work to a different one, which is honestly, it feels better for me. But yeah, not for everyone. Especially with some of the stuff I'm planning to ship soon. Oh, I'm working way too much right now. We got Van and I with the Prime sub. Thank you for that. We got Long Blue Trail with the Prime as well. Thank you for that too. Appreciate you both. Not sure if I'll be able to get to that today because I'm already so behind, but not the worst idea. Something I would potentially be down for this Friday. Yay, they stopped. Cool. Let's get back to it. Okay. So, with upload thing, we have URLs that have 2 parts. There's this part, the /a/ID, and that's for the ID for the specific application that you're building. By default, it's just /f. But if you want to label and route specific URLs, because you don't want people optimizing all their images on your app, /a/the app ID is the right way to do it. We're changing the SDK soon to make that the default, but that's what we're talking about today. What we're focused on more is this guy. This is the file key. This is the ID that resolves to a specific URL, to a specific file, most of the time from S3. We are managing that on our Cloudflare-based infrastructure in order to rewrite the URL to the correct source and send you that response directly from our workers, as well as enabling caching, CDN controls, all those types of things. But the important detail is that this key represents a key value pairing where the value is the URL that we need to get that file from. So the mistake that we had made is that KV that holds those file keys and resolves them to the correct URLs had a bug where it was writing bad URLs on every single request, which meant that the first time it would resolve, and then from that point forward, that URL would no longer work. As I say here, you might have noticed the UTFS.io domain that our files are hosted on. That's a Cloudflare worker, and it's used to authenticate and resolve the files from our file host, which is right now S3. Buddy, please stop. This is where the things are. Enough about how the infra works, though. We need to talk about the code. And obviously, I put the code in the blog post. So here we have the new URL, because I'll give a little more context. When we originally started Upload Thing, the file bucket for it was named image manager, because originally uploading started as a project we had built to making the old version of PicThing over a year ago easier to build. So that was the first bucket. We almost immediately before doing our official launch created the uploading prod bucket, which was the S3 bucket that everyone's files went to for a while. Eventually, we added multi-region. But when we added multi-region, there's no longer just an uploading prod bucket. We now have Seattle. We now have East 1. We have all these different regions where these buckets exist. And we've been trying to deprecate the uploading prod bucket for a bit now. We moved all the files over, but due to a couple other bugs, specifically around how URLs with spaces in them were being resolved, we've had to keep this bucket around to make sure things resolve as expected. But we've been trying to move things over to this new bucket. So this code was written as a quick fix in order to rewrite the URL from uploadingprod.s3 to uploadingprod seattle1.s3. And then we would call a wait until, which if you're not familiar with Cloudflare, what this does is it allows us to respond to the user's request while still doing something in the background so that the worker doesn't die immediately. One of the fun quirks with serverless technologies like Cloudflare Workers and Lambda is once you've responded to the request, the server that's running your code can die at any moment, usually in under half a second. So if you want it to stay alive longer after the request is responded to, you have to do something custom. They only somewhat recently added the ability to do this in Lambda at all, but in Cloudflare Workers, you just call context.waitUntil, pass it a promise, and it won't kill this worker until the promise is resolved, which is great because I can do something like update our KV store while at the same time responding to the user's request. And by itself, like this code shouldn't look too suspicious. We're just changing uploadingprod.s3 to the correct bucket in the URLs. The issue becomes a bit more apparent if you look at the other place where we do this KV update. In here, we actually json.stringify the URL. And here is the problem. If we json.stringify the URL in one place and we don't in the other place, then you can't deserialize this one. So we actually tried to json.parse the URL from our KV, it would fail and trigger an error. But if we're just switching these old URLs over, how did this go wrong? Why would this break everyone's URLs, not just the ones from the old bucket? Sadly, the only mistake we made wasn't, or sadly, the retake on that. Sadly, this lack of JSON stringify was not the only mistake that was made. The more important mistake here, but buddy, you have to stop. I'm filming. The more important mistake here is, the more important mistake is this guy. If file URL.includes uploading prod, then we do the update. Notice something missing here. Uploading prod, not .s3, which means that this is running on every single asset being served from uploading prod, which that's every single asset, which means that we are triggering this update. Also, we don't have a check here to see if we even replaced it, which means that we are updating the URL in KV even if no change was made because we didn't find this in the string. So even good URLs were being overwritten with this bad state. Yeah. I have to kick, I'm moving my cat to the bathroom. One sec. Yeah, he's in prison now. Anyways. Banning someone who's annoying me. Anyways, he's being quiet now. He seems happy. So, the mistake here, to be very clear, is that we were running on every URL and updating with a bad state. Any one of these mistakes wouldn't have been too bad, but the combination of the two, that was really bad. That said, I'm already seeing people in chat saying, well, what about testing? In order to test this, we would have to write integrations for the entire env layer on Cloudflare, as well as the entire context layer on Cloudflare, and then in those tests, properly validate every input and output. By the way, all of this would be on a file that is 190 lines of code. That is the reason testing this doesn't make a ton of sense. I think I even call it out in here. I do. How do we prevent this going forward? More testing. Just kidding there. It would take 2,000 plus lines of code, mocks, and quicksand to make this 200 line of code worker even vaguely testable. Yeah, it's not a thing that we could quickly do and test. We do have plans to make it so this doesn't happen in the future, but testing is not the magic solution for this. Yeah, people are at least concluding that unit testing doesn't solve this because of the complexity of the I/O stuff. Anyways. So what's more important isn't necessarily just these codes and the bug in it. The thing I am more upset about is that we got this deployed and it took us as long as it did for us to get it fixed. The deployment happened because of an honest mistake. I mentioned before this happened really early, 8:51 UTC is 1:51 Pacific time, which is where Mark and I are based out of. So the CTO and the CEO, us two of the three, we're all based out of here, which meant seeing this was quite hard for us. I'm not sure who merged it. I don't care who merged it. All I know is that we were not paying enough attention when we merged a change to a really important endpoint in our environment that broke. And the biggest disappointment I have is that it took as long as we did to catch it. I probably would have been asleep if it wasn't for the number of people who DM'd me and added me on Discord letting us know. And for us to not have a process where we check thoroughly every time we make a change like this, that is my failure as CEO. And I take full ownership of this. This isn't something I have any intention to throw anyone on the bus under for, or this is not something I would ever throw anyone else under the bus for. It is my job as the CEO of Upload Thing to make sure that we have a process both to not do these types of things at 2 a.m. and also to fix them really, really quickly if they do go wrong. As I mentioned before, the resolver code is under 200 lines of code, and it runs the critical business logic of Upload Thing. Even if our infra collapses entirely, files should always be accessible. I have not been diligent in reviews or testing environments for this particular path, as it was so stupid simple that it felt unnecessary. This was a massive unforced L on our part. Going forward, we will absolutely be manually testing these things. Writing integration tests for this would take, it would just slow us down and probably cause as many problems as it solves if it gave us a false sense of confidence. What's more important is that we have a process both to make sure these things don't ship when they're broken, but also make sure that what we need to fix is having a process that keeps these things from shipping when they're broken, but also way quicker recovery. Because I am so disappointed in our recovery time here. How do we fix it? Or how did we fix it? The first thing was that bad JSON stringify, so we patched that quick, but that wasn't going to fix it because there was already a ton of bad data in KV. So our solution, we just nuked the entire KV. That might sound horrifying and terrible, but the place we got those KV values from was our database, which meant that it has since pretty much fully recovered just by people hitting these URLs. The first time you access a URL after this change, it would have been slightly slower to resolve initially, but after that, everything is recovered and is exactly back to where you would expect. We had to prune and nuke the entire cache layer, but now as a result, everything's working. As we love to say in software dev, there are two hard challenges: naming things, caching, and off by one errors. And we got hit with caching here. Arguably, also, we got hit with naming here when you look at the code. But yeah, hit with a lot of fun things. So how do we prevent this going forward? As I mentioned before, Just adding integration tests doesn't magically solve this. Adding any type of tests doesn't magically solve this. We need a better canary process. But in order to have a better canary process, we need to significantly increase the complexity of the code. And something that I really want to call out that I think is important is that bugs like this will always happen, no matter how well tested and how well documented and processed your code base is. When I was at Twitch, we had 3 lines of end-to-end testing, integration testing for every line of code. And not only did we still have outages like this, we also had much worse times debugging them and fixing them. Should we have a staging environment for this worker? Perhaps, but it is the simplest piece of code in all of uploading. We do have staging environments for all of our complex infrastructure, for all of the things that manage the actual file upload, authentication, and database access layer. That stuff is very thoroughly designed and tested. This is a 200 line of code worker that's supposed to rewrite a URL for you. It doesn't mean this is okay. It doesn't mean we shouldn't put work in to make sure these things don't happen in the future. It just means this isn't something that was because we hate testing. This is a fundamental, and I'll be straight up. Even if we wrote the integration test for this, the likelihood that this mistake was caught is near zero, because we would have had to encode every single quirk of all of these pieces in order for an integration test to have caught this. The proper solution, as always, is end-to-end testing. And if we had deployed this, quickly checked, saw the files weren't resolving, reverted, and nuked, we would have still had downtime, but it would have been 5 seconds instead of about an hour. And that was a huge L on our part. Somebody mentioned blue-green deployment. So what if we had 2 environments and swap from one to the other when we knew one was good? That wouldn't work either, because we're sharing a KV store. We would have to clone the entire KV store in order to make this viable as that type of testing environment. And people are saying, what about feature flags? No, none of that works, because we were writing bad data to the KV. I think that's the part people are missing when they say testing. We were writing to a store. And if we write bad data to the store, it doesn't matter how good our testing is. It doesn't matter how good our feature flagging is. None of those details matter anymore. What matters is we have bad data in our storage. And I'll be transparent and open with y'all, if anybody has a method to introduce integration end-to-end testing that would have caught this mistake, that would work with a shared KV store, and would be less complex than the actual code that we are testing, please hit me up. I will gladly pay for your time if you actually write a meaningful proposal that showcases how we could test this meaningfully. But we already have staging environments. We're already trying out all of these things. This was a small typo that should never have been merged. And going forward, I think the biggest thing we can do is make sure our reviews of these critical endpoints are thorough as fuck. And more importantly, that we test them both on our machines, because we could have caught this testing locally, as well as making sure we're around when it deploys to make sure it actually behaves as expected. Yeah. The other big thing, and this is probably the biggest failure, like the L I will 1000% take, better alerting. We don't have a process right now for alerting because our team's sleep schedule is so rough that somebody is almost always awake, which is rough, but also means somebody's around most of the time. But that's not good enough. That's not even close to good enough. We should have been paged within seconds of this deploying, and we weren't. I had to rely on DMs. That is a massive, massive failure, and we are going out of our way to introduce a paging system, and not just one with automated alerts. Something I really want to do is have the ability for people in the Discord to trigger a page. So if 3 people emoji react to a message, or somebody runs a command that says, I think there's an outage, and enough people confirm it, instantly page me. Because even if we think we have caught every single case where an error can occur and made sure all of those trigger alerts, it is impossible to not miss something. And I've seen this at every scale. Doesn't matter how good and thorough your error management and your error handling cases are, you will almost always have problems like this eventually. And the more we can allow for users to notify us that there's a problem, the shorter the window is to get these things fixed in the future. But yeah, obviously we need to make sure that obviously automated alerts are essential. We should have those. I was also learning the incident IO tool that we had just introduced. We just added status.upload thing, but this was checking that our website and our API were up, and it was checking those by hitting them. It wasn't checking that files were able to be resolved. That is something custom that we have to write, and we're going to. We're going to be fixing a lot of those things and making it so that we actually know when things are failing. Yeah, the response time is by far the thing that we are most concerned with. And I screwed up even just posting the event on here because I didn't realize there's a difference between internal incidents and external ones when I set up incident.io. Well, Mark set up incident.io. But when I was putting the event in incident.io, I didn't realize that it wasn't public, which I felt really bad about because we weren't confirming as easily publicly like I had confirmed on Twitter as well as on Discord, but the site was wrong. All lessons. There's a lot of these small lessons that I learned throughout all of this. Let's take a look at chat quick because I want to feel like I'm hiding people. There was an important point from Julius earlier, which is that we didn't see this issue in staging because the code check had the -prod in it. Like, could we have exponentially increased the complexity here in order to make bugs like this slightly less likely to happen? Yes. But if we're being realistic, it would be a 4x increase in complexity to maybe have a 50% decrease in the likelihood that these errors happen. What we really need to do is make sure we can revert them almost instantaneously, and that we have a process to both identify when these things go wrong and fix them as quickly as possible. Yeah. Actually, a good point about CrowdStrike. Like, CrowdStrike had an insane amount of testing, and they were still able to go live with a bug even worse than this. Well, Dev. This is the first outage that I've ever dealt with in my own company. We've had a lot of smaller ones, but nothing of this severity before. Yep. Found a bug which was never going to happen in prod. 3 months later, a P1 happened and it got fixed. Yep. I had a fun one where there was a really bad bug triggering ads automatically on Twitch. And not only did I patch it, I wrote a bunch of tests, and I even put a comment on top of the test saying, if you delete this test or it fails, you fucked up, contact Theo. I quit. They deleted the test, and then they reverted the change when they were doing other things. It wasn't a revert. It was just a blind change, and they were trying to fix other things, and ended up causing the same outage again. So, yeah. We have tests. We have tests on a lot of things. We have staging. We have staging for all of our infra. But a quick little change like this in our process to slowly migrate off of old infrastructure isn't something that we can meaningfully test. We screwed up. We have a lot to learn, and we are taking those lessons seriously. If we have things that can't easily be tested like this, we need to be incredibly thorough in code reviews, as well as making sure we are around when the deployment happens to revert. And regardless of any of this, better alerting is essential, going forward to make sure these things don't happen. And even if they do, that they are reverted in seconds instead of minutes. Despite my jokes, please know how seriously we're taking this. I wrote this at 3 a.m. last night just to make sure that we shared every detail, and I am sparing none of them. We're working our butts off to make Upload Thing the best way to upload files on the web, and I'm so excited to show you guys what we've been cooking. That's coming on Friday, so make sure you're here for the Friday stream if you want to see the big new release that we're about to do. As I said, this change was part of a years-long effort to overhaul our infra. I'm so excited about what's next. My excitement can't build trust, though, and failures like this hurt a lot. Know we're working hard to maintain the resilience that y'all have come to expect, and thank you to everyone who has let us know so quickly and stuck with us through the turbulence. You're real as hell. A release on Friday? Yes, I know. We should have learned our lesson by doing a late night release. But we'll be around on Friday is the difference. And we'll have the whole weekend to fix things if they do go wrong. Shit, Bloody, what are you doing in here? Thanks for stopping by. Always good to see you. Prime's reaction to this? Oh God, I'm going to get so cooked. Oh God, is it a Friday the 13th? Oh man. What's even funnier is we were considering doing it today, but we didn't want to do a release on 9/11. Fuck us. Fuck us. There is no winning. Prime had a video the other day talking about my thing and outages. Huh? Can you link that? I'm very curious now. I have not been keeping up on YouTube. Not just my thing. Oh, but my thing was in it? You have my curiosity. If you can drop the link, I'd appreciate it. Is the blog live? Yeah, we haven't put a link to it on the main site, but I'll drop this there. There you guys go. Drop it here as well. Yeah. Even with testing, telemetry will help you detect problems when they slip through the cracks. Absolutely agree. We are using Axiom heavily. We have not set up anywhere near enough alerting on it. And I actually have a bunch of tabs open here of us figuring out what it looks like to add Axiom to the Cloudflare layer. The harsh reality is that this specific 200 line of code Cloudflare function has historically been so stupid and simple that we treated it accordingly. But that resulted in our review culture around it slipping, especially because everything else in our infra is so thoroughly tested that we have changed the way we do reviews, and we shouldn't. This piece needs to be treated very carefully, very differently, very diligently. And in the future, as this layer gets more complex, we will absolutely have testing on it. In order to make people less angry in the final version of the video, I'm going to redo this section. I'm going to put a note in the notes for this. Editors, notes, re-recorded the bit about testing. Cool. I was also kind of spicy initially. Yeah, look at that. Igor, Theo does ingest a lot. Yeah, the amount of data we're pushing on Axiom is kind of absurd. Like, we are doing OTIL, we're doing all those things. Anyways, let's re-record this section. Oh shit, that's a really kind message, CD Vlad. Really happy to hear. I hope that goes well. Yeah, I'm very thankful I figured out my ADHD was as crippling as it was. I'll thank the other subs that we're going to go re-record that section. I think I got you, Van Vanny. Regardless, appreciate it. We got Long Blue Trail 9 months into that Prime. I'm Sarah Owl with the Prime as well. Thor Jr. with the 2 months, 14 months in total. Appreciate that a ton. We got Sneak here with a tier 1 as well. Let's go back to this. Cool. So the TLDR of what went wrong is that we made a change to our KV that resolves file URLs. If you look at the URLs that you get using any of our services that use upload_thing or any customer service that use upload_thing, let me quickly turn off transparent images so I can show you one of those URLs. They look like this. Usually it'll be /f/, which is just straight to the file. What we have here is /a/ because it's for a specific app. So this lets you say this only resolves if the app matches the file key. And if you put a different file key from a different app, it won't resolve. But this part's the important piece, the file key. This resolves to a specific URL that we will then fetch on our worker in order to send the right file to the user after authenticating. This code was written to be effectively as simple as possible, a rewrite layer, so that we can have UTF-SIO as the always source of truth for where files are coming from, and then that would resolve to whatever file host we're using. Right now, that file host is S3, but in the future, it could change. We're already playing with other things. We have been since upload_thing started. In order to make sure the users have the best experience and our costs are as reasonable as possible, we built this layer in between. Also of note is that this layer is 200 lines of code. It is very simple, and we have mostly ignored it since writing it over a year ago because it has, for the most part, just worked. As I say in the blog post, this layer has made our lives significantly easier and helped provide a bunch of cool features. We would not have been able to do our multi-region push without it. That's another important detail. We previously had just one production bucket for upload_thing, which was not good. That was real early days. We introduced regions, but we wanted to make sure you didn't have to have custom URLs per region, especially if you wanted a file to be hosted in multiple regions in the future. So we built this layer to manage that in between, and it has worked great for us. That said, we wanted to deprecate the old upload_thing prod bucket. And I proposed late at night a change that would allow us to do that, which is on request, update the URLs. This is the code that did that update. Here we have file URL.replace, where we would replace the upload_thing prod.s3 with upload_thing prod Seattle1. We had migrated all the files over to this bucket from our old prod bucket, which again, to be clear, no one has uploaded a file to this bucket for probably over half a year at this point. We have maintained it so that old URLs pointing to it will still work. We are trying to slowly move off of that bucket entirely. And part of that was this small change to update these URLs. By itself, there's nothing suspicious looking about this code. The mistake specifically is in this context wait until. By the way, the wait until just makes sure that the Cloudflare worker stays alive after the response. Otherwise, when the user gets a response from the worker, it can kill itself. So if you're doing things in the background, those won't get finished. The issue is that the other place we were doing this, we had a JSON.stringify call. The big issue here is that in code review, this wasn't visible. I should pull up the PR. I'm going to do that. Let me hide my screen when I do that. Wrong. There we go. Cool. The issue with the pull request in review is that we only saw this part. The other place where the file is being written isn't visible. We have to expand down to see that. Probably going to have to go down quite a bit to see it. Yeah, here it is. And since that is far down, it was not clear during code review that that was a mistake. This code should never have been merged. This was meant to be a quick example of how we could do this, and it was a mistake. We screwed up here, for sure. This should never have been merged. It should have been clearly labeled as in progress. The other important piece, and I call it out right afterwards here, is this bit. If file URL.includes upload_thing prod. Notice it's not upload_thing prod.s3. If it was, this only would have broken old files. But since this worked on all upload_thing prod instances, we had two issues as a result. First, we didn't catch this in our staging environment because we had the hard-coded upload_thing prod key. And also, it now runs on all production files, which results in all of the KV values for all production files being accessed in this time to be broken. And any testing that we did do at the time was testing the file resolved when we first loaded it, which it did resolve. because the KV change doesn't happen until after the user gets a response, because this happens in the background when we respond to the user. So the user gets the right URL, but at the same time, we're breaking it in our storage layer. This was a huge flub on our part. This should have been caught in review. This code should have been clearly labeled as a prototype example potential thing. And we should have caught it as soon as it merged and issues started coming up. At the very least, we need to add a typed layer to UTF-8 KV to make it clearer what we do and don't allow to put into it, so this type of mistake doesn't happen. But again, this is a 200 line of code worker that we thought was just a simple layer in front. Mistake on our behalf. We will be much more diligent both about how this code base is treated, how these important layers are accessed, and how we test our deployments, both in staging and in production, going forward. Sadly, simply adding unit tests isn't going to help us at all here, because we don't own any of these layers. These are all part of Cloudflare. So we'd have to build our own integrations, but we haven't done that. What we should have done is loaded some files after making the change to make sure that they loaded. But this change was merged by somebody who was in a different region, and we were in the process of going to bed. My CTO, Mark, was already asleep because this was 8:51 UTC, which, as I call out down here, is 1:51. Where did I put that? Our time zone. It got a semi-sleepy review and was YOLO merged. This cannot happen on this endpoint ever again. It is so important that we are diligent about merging things like this. I think the main reason this happened is that most of the code that is being shipped in the upload thing info repo right now is for an early Canary v7. So our culture around these things is not as good as it used to be. We do have a staging environment and everything's been going to that. This seemed like a small patch to help us move towards that new infrastructure. And it was innocently merged, and we did not have good culture or process around it. And to be clear, this is my failure. I am 100% at fault here, and I am feeling it. This sucked. There's a lot of things I can and should have done to prevent things like this, and we are introducing all of them going forward. There's a lot of people saying things like, well, if you had integration testing and end-to-end testing, this wouldn't have happened, and all of those types of things. The nature of the code having uploading -prod in it means that either we would have to have a perfect replica of our production environment with all things named the same, which you literally can't do because there can't be two buckets named the same thing on S3. Or we would have to make this code significantly more complex in the first place, which would increase the surface area for bugs like this. Once we knew the bug happened, we were able to resolve it in seconds. But the biggest issue, in my opinion, by far, is how long it took for us to know about it. I call that out here in the 3 things we need to change. The biggest one is our alerting. The alerting was people DMing me and adding me on Discord. That is a big, big failure. And we are fully committed to having automated alerting, as well as the ability for users on Discord to notify us directly to trigger a page if things go wrong. So if a mistake like this happens again with an innocent merge, it will be fixed way faster. If this outage was for a few minutes because of the bad change and only affected a few files, we'd be having a very different conversation right now. But the biggest issue here is that it took us almost an hour because it took us over 30 minutes to even know it was happening and for me to get out of bed. But it's also important with something this simple, but also important, that we are very diligent in code review and that we're not as willing to just merge things, because that PR should not have been merged, and that is a failure in our processes that needs to be addressed. And whoever writes code like this needs to be awake and there to test it when it goes live to make sure nothing goes wrong. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of different ways we could have written this code that would have been less bad, but we didn't. And it is what it is. We didn't need to migrate upload thing staging because upload thing staging was we just nuke it whenever we make changes. So it wasn't a representative clone of the history of upload thing infrastructure. I'll be realistic. Like, even if we had a fully, thoroughly designed staging environment, the likelihood we would have even bothered testing this is low, because this was meant to be a 5-line of code, quickly update legacy URLs change. And if we had just put uploadthingprod.s3 here or put a JSON stringify here, either of those would have either prevented, correction. If we had put uploadthingprod.s3 here, this only would have broken legacy URLs from the first 3 months of upload thing. And if we had stringified this, we wouldn't have had any problems at all. There's a couple changes I'm going to make to this code base to make mistakes like this literally impossible. But the change isn't adding a bunch of unit tests. The change is rethinking how we contribute to this project to reduce the likelihood of changes like this, both being wrong and getting merged, as well as severely overhauling our process around alerting and notifying when things do go wrong. Automated regression testing. This is actually a really good question from Littlefinger. Do we identify other pieces of infrastructure similar to this worker that can cause serious consequences when broken? Usually the next outage happens somewhere else, since you will pay a lot of attention to this worker now. You are correct. I have been thinking this through and looking at all of our infra thoroughly. We are in the middle of a massive infrastructure overhaul, so we've been paying way more attention to all of these parts. Sorry, I need to adjust some things. And the sound is annoying. Fixed. Cool. Uncle Bob's clean code would have caught this. Huh. Clever. I see a lot of people saying, what about feature flagging? Feature flagging doesn't matter if it breaks your KV. Even reverting, which we should go, how do we fix this actually? Because reverting wasn't enough to fix it. Reverting the code was great, but it doesn't fix the bad values that have now been written into storage. So in order to fix those, we have to update the KV. Since our KV was literally just a cache layer in front of the database, we were able to nuke the entire thing, which was able to instantaneously fix the issue. The fix was quite simple. We were able to revert the code change and then nuke the KV, and everything was good again. But to realize that that's what we had to do, we had to first know that we were having an issue. So that was the problem. The big issues were how long it took us to notice, the fact that this merged in the first place, and the KV being in a bad state as a result of these things. That combination was very rough. And again, we do have a canary process. We use our canary process heavily. The canary process couldn't have caught this because, as I mentioned, we had hard-coded the prod string here in what seemed like the most innocent 10 lines of code ever written. Good question from chat. Would it be, this might sound incredibly silly, but would it be feasible to copy the KV state before a new deployment for faster reverts? If you could trivially clone a KV of that size, maybe, but that KV has 8 million plus entries in it. We can't just clone it. It's significantly easier to nuke it if something goes wrong because we can recreate it so easily. Mark in chat, the real issue here is that I should have just written better code. Yeah. No comment. I still think like everyone can write bad code. And what you need is as many things to prevent that code from breaking, as well as many ways to undo the damage in the process. This is my whole guardrails versus safety nets. Things like code review, unit testing, integration testing, all of those things, those are guardrails. They make it less likely you go down the wrong path. but you can always end up down the wrong path. And this is the first time we went down the wrong path in over a year of production deployments of uploading, with over 8 million files uploaded. This is the first time we have went down the wrong path in a way that hurt us. The more important thing is safety nets, which is when we fall, how quickly can we get back up? And our safety nets failed outright here. Because again, we were relying on the fact that our team has really fucked up sleep schedules to make sure we had full global coverage. That is not good enough. That is unacceptable. We should have fixed this months ago. We need to have the ability for our users to page us when things go wrong. And going forward, we absolutely will. And as I mentioned earlier, because people seem confused now, no data was lost. There is no lasting issue from any of this. Chat's starting to get it. This is the most garbage startup outrage I've seen. So to be clear, I'm not saying 24/7 on-call for everybody. I'm saying 24/7 on-call for me. I don't know. I just prefer with the exclamation D, just a personal preference. But yeah, I don't want to not be 24/7 on-call anywhere I work at this point in my life. That's just how I am. I like knowing when things are wrong. Even if I get paged at 5 a.m, I'm like, oh, that's not my responsibility. I pass it on and go to bed. That's fine with me. I'd rather know than sleep through something that possibly I should have known about or been able to help. Founder mode, damn right. And we are a founder mode team. Now, I'm not saying that I want to be 24/7 on call because I'm not confident things won't break. I'm saying I want to be 24/7 on call because I would rather know. I would always rather know. And if things aren't breaking because we've done everything right, being on call 24/7 shouldn't matter. So if you really believe this point, Akashra, then what you should believe is that on call 24/7 is totally fine, because if you're confident in your things, they won't break, and being 24/7 on call doesn't affect you. Yes, 55 minutes is a lifetime for a business critical bug like this. I totally agree. It is entirely unacceptable. 100% unacceptable. And that is the failure I am by far most disappointed in here, is the amount of time it took for us to resolve this. And going forward, there will be significant changes to our process to make sure both that things like this can't happen, and on the off chance they do again, because there will always be bugs. It doesn't matter how thorough we are at every step along the way. There will be future mistakes that cause severe issues. Making sure we identify them and address them as swiftly as possible is essential. But yeah, as Nikki just said in chat, if we wrote this in Rust, there would have been no bugs. I think that's a good note to end on. Appreciate y'all as always. Let me know how dumb I am for not writing enough integration tests, but realistically speaking, this is a lesson of everything from code review culture to deployments, or realistically speaking though, this is a lesson on everything from deployment culture and review culture to how we should do alerting and how we should interact with our community. Because I dropped the ball here, and going forward, I'm going to go out of my way to make sure we don't drop it again. And at the very least, we can catch it quickly so it doesn't have to hit the ground like it did here. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. This is actually our plan. What was the change that Julius made on mobile recently? He did one recently. How much per pick thing? That sounds right. Sadly, there were no good Twitter shit posts from this one. Oh yeah, that sounds more right. Yeah. We're using Sentry for all the client stuff, and we're using Axiom for all the server and infra side stuff. Yeah. Don't merge if you plan on going to sleep with less than 2 hours. That's absolutely part of it. Probably the biggest part. Magic strings need extra care. Anything in the worker needs extra care. Very good point, Zach. You work at a big corporate company. We have entire teams of people who develop better observability, code review, and alerting. We still have outages. Sometimes you can't escape the dumb stuff. I absolutely agree. I have not talked about them hiring Ryan. I think it's awesome. I'm excited to see what he ends up doing there. But I don't even know what his role is officially there. Anyways, that one is done. I'm happy with the post. What could we change about our code review practice to avoid the situation? There's a lot of little things that we should do here. Big one is that endpoint needs reviews from more than one person and needs some amount of back and forth before the merge. The fact that someone could put up what was meant to be a whip PR and someone else could think it was a ready to go PR, review it, quickly thumbs up it, and merge it, that's not okay. It's also important that we treat the things that have and Mark approved his own code to some extent. Fair point as well. This has worked well for us with the canary stuff that we have been working on because we have been deep in rewriting and overhauling our infrastructure. And that overhaul has been pretty crazy. And since we're merging a lot more stuff there that isn't affecting users, we've been a little more quick to hit the merge button. So at the very least, a huge thing that we need to do differently is make sure something that we want to do very differently is make sure the things that are going into canary environments that are not going to immediately affect users are treated differently from the ones that when we hit merge, go live instantaneously. Thank you for dropping the link for that. What's this? About to release and market your first ever SaaS. Don't buy ads. You need to know your users first. DM the people who should be your users. Find the customers, the people who should be using the thing you're building, and hit them up. Tell them that you care a lot about the problem that they need solved and that you're working on a solution and you want their thoughts. Offer your time, not your product. And once people have learned to trust you and you understand that you have truly solved their problem, then you release and start ramping things up. Yeah, we should definitely do these types of automations where things from this project are treated differently than others. This is the worst, when an external service does things differently. Like, you can't do anything about that. Oh, you dropped a cat cam. Thank you. Yeah, the dentist system. Lol. Cool. Well, that is done. I might do the edit on this one myself. Yeah, we're going to mark this one as my problem. I'll get you plenty of work today, FaZe, though. Don't worry. I am so curious about this GitHub actually winning thing. I want to do this one, so we're going to do this one. Not a bad idea. How we're preventing outages video would be fun. Marker. Why GitHub actually won. A couple weeks ago, I did a video I was really excited about. It was called Why GitHub Won. It was a breakdown of the history of GitHub, SourceForge, and the other many different source hosting solutions that existed in the early days of Git. And GitHub, obviously, was the winner. That said, this article was written, my coverage was based on an article written by people who did not work at GitHub when this all happened. They were, like me, external users. That video did pretty well, the point where it reached a lot of people, including those who worked at GitHub. And it's since gotten a response that I think is really important, because this response isn't just from some random GitHub employee. It's from one of the original founders of GitHub, Scott Chackin. And he has thoughts. And it is only fair that I use my platform to share the things he has had to say and the importance of them, and to correct any things I got wrong. I have not read this yet. I am very excited to. I love Scott. He is hilarious and thorough and legendary. And he's been working recently on Git Butler, who, to be clear, is not sponsoring this. It's just a product that I've been hearing increasing numbers of great things about. It's an alternative way to manage your branches and keep track of the things going on in your code bases. Seems really cool. All the content they've been posting about Git has been unbelievable, but they are not sponsoring this video. This video does have a sponsor, though. NordVPN. No, I'm joking. Today, the sponsor is me, Today, the sponsor is me, and by me, I mean we don't have a sponsor. If you would like to sponsor, YouTube at t3.gg, hit us up, and we can chat about it. I'll do it all take in case we actually do have a sponsor, which I think we might for this one, but we'll have that there in case. While Git Butler is not sponsoring this video, it does have a sponsor, so let's cut to them really quick. Cool. Now we have both takes depending on what we end up doing with it. Anyways, why GitHub actually won. A few days ago, a video produced by Theo was posted to his very popular YouTube channel where he reviews an article written by the Graphite team titled How GitHub Replaced SourceForge as the Dominant Code Hosting Platform. Theo's title was a little more succinct. Why GitHub won? Okay, to be fair, I'm pretty sure the original title was very similar. If it wasn't directly why GitHub won, it was very similar to it. They swapped the title at some point, but yeah, I went with the slightly more clickbaity title. And I slaughtered this thumbnail. I'm still so proud of that one. Anyways. Being a co-founder of GitHub, I found Greg's article and Theo's subsequent commentary fun, but figured that it might be interesting to write up my own take on the reasoning behind the rise and dominance of GitHub, and perhaps correct a few things that were not quite right from their outside analysis. That is, I shouldn't care this much about these subtle details, but as a comms guy, like I do communication now for a living, this is such a great opener of, I liked it, I watched it, it was fun, but figured it might be interesting to give my perspective. And only after all of those nice things, he specified and perhaps correct a few things that were not quite right. That is such a good way of couching the because almost anyone else could have and would have written this as they were wrong about all these things, so it's my responsibility to fix them. Yeah. Okay, apparently the construction is done. I'm going to let out the cats quick. Be gone. Do you not want out? Really? Here, Miles, you can go. Go on. Okay. Sorry about that. Being at the very center of phenomena like this can certainly leave you with blind spots, but unlike these youngsters, I was actually there. Hell, I wrote a book. I have heard incredible things about this book, by the way. Specifically, apparently it aged really well too, so I might check this out myself. Anyways, here's an insider's take on why GitHub actually won. One second. Sorry, I just needed some water. Oh, he's kind enough to give us a TLDR. If you want a very short read, here's the quick version of why I believe that GitHub won, and why you're probably using the site to this day. I can boil it down to exactly 2 reasons that happen to resonate with each other at a perfect frequency. 1, GitHub started at the right time, and 2, GitHub had good taste. Yeah. This is perfectly correct, but I'm excited to hear him break this down into more details. Buddy, if you want out, I'll let you out. Murph, come on. Can I kick you out? What do you want? Why are you bringing me in here? I love you, bud. But we need quiet. Go on. The cats are out. All 4 GitHub co-founders had flops before both. All 4 GitHub co-founders had flops both before and after GitHub. Chris and PJ couldn't quite make fan spam. Fam spam? What the hell is fam spam? Keep in touch with the people you love. Oh, it's a way to have a long email chain with your family. That's cute. Remember the old days of email chains? Yeah. That was their first project. Tom and Scott weren't able to make Chatterbug explode after GitHub. They worked on this after they left GitHub. Helps you learn languages from real people. Turns out people want to learn from a bird. Anyways, it's rough, especially like if this was the first thing that they did GitHub first. It was massively successful. And they're like, oh, we know how to do startups now. And then you go do another and it bombs. Worst feeling ever. I actually experienced this a bit after releasing the Ping video product, where we went and made a couple other things. We did a Q&A service for people doing like question answer stuff with their audiences live. It did okay. But then we did webhook thing, which I was very excited about because it solved a lot of problems that we had and no one gave a fuck at all. It's the worst feeling, especially after a big success. I think both of these ventures had good taste and great product, but it wasn't the right place or time or market or whatever for them to become GitHub level. Yeah, I don't disagree. At the time GitHub was starting, distributed open source version control tools were starting to get useful, solid, and adopted, and there was nobody around to seriously, much less commercially, host them. Big hosts didn't care, and smaller players weren't serious. Yep. Like, Git kind of happened out of nowhere and quickly took over this idea of distributed version control that was open source and usable however you wanted. But where's the source of truth? It took a bit for that to settle in for people, and GitHub was very excited and prepared early on. Furthermore, the players at the time, which were SourceForge, Google Code, etc., who eventually did care after seeing Git and GitHub rise in popularity, they simply had no taste. Wait, Google Code? A half-baked product by Google that they weren't even using? And SourceForge? That place where there's 15 ads between every download link that doesn't really care about the source code part, just the ability to download binaries? These two things didn't have taste? That feels like a reach. For those who don't read sarcasm well, I'm being incredibly sarcastic. These services are actually some of the most jank bullshit ever. And if that's your competition, it makes sense why GitHub won. I'll resist the urge to make a joke about AWS and Azure versus Vercel right now. We cared about the developer experience. Finishing this paragraph. They could never have competed with a developer tool company whose co-founders were all product-focused open source software devs. Absolutely agree. SourceForge's target wasn't developers, it was users that wanted to download binaries quickly. Google Code's target was somebody trying to get a promotion, because that's how Google's development cycles work. GitHub's target was developers like them. The quickest path, or generally speaking, it is really hard for me to see a path to success in a business where the intended customer isn't the company founders. Like everything I've built at Ping and Upload Thing, all the stuff we have at Ping Labs are things I really wanted to have exist. We've never built a product that is something I wouldn't have used if somebody else built it. The goal was never be this really successful billion-dollar thing by coming up with the perfect idea. It was solve real problems that we had in a way that we found fit our needs and our taste, in hoping that others would feel similarly. And that's what they did. They were developers who loved open source, who loved these new tools, who felt like existing solutions didn't understand them or speak their language, so to speak. And they built something that did. And that is so key to why they succeeded. We cared about the developer experience and had the creativity to throw away assumptions about what it was supposed to be and build how we wanted to work. Everyone else tried to build what they thought they could sell to advertisers or CTOs. Yep, again, that's the difference. They weren't building for this intended sales target, they were building to solve their specific problem, which makes things significantly easier and much more likely to be successful too. Nobody will beat out a passionate person. To do a weird anecdote to my own career, I didn't realize that when Prime and I started posting videos on YouTube more actively and built this more senior development scene in the content world, that we would accidentally kill a lot of existing DevRel work. Because at the time, the only options for senior technical content were employees of companies talking about the stuff they were working on. And their goal was to do their job and to some extent sell a thing. That's not our goal. Our goal is to nerd out about this thing we're obsessed with and make this thing we really wanted. My channel only exists because I didn't find the YouTube videos I was looking for when I got hit with COVID when I was at Twitch and no longer could talk to my coworkers, and then eventually left Twitch and didn't have other technical people that wanted to nerd out with me. So I went to YouTube looking to nerd out. No one else wanted to. And I made my channel soon after that because I just needed to get this out of my system. And then a lot of people showed up because others wanted the same thing that I wanted. But all the people who were doing technical content before me, they still are, but they don't have the same obsession, the same focus and just unnecessary, but they don't have the same almost unhealthy obsession with it. I wanted this so badly that it has consumed a huge portion of my life. And that is what makes me successful. It's not that I hacked the system, I figured out the algorithm, any of that shit. It's I was obsessed with making videos I would have watched. And you can't compete as a business with that. You can't. And that's what they were seeing here too. It doesn't matter how much money Google has, they don't have the passion. An ounce of passion weighs significantly more than pounds of gold and money. That passion and obsession is how they won. Igor already said it in chat. Obsession beats talent every time. Obsession also beats money. And while money can buy talent, obsession will still win. So our quick thing, this doesn't need to be in the video, but we are regional. The issue is that Cloudflare workers are distributed. So that code was multi-region. It ran on every region that Cloudflare is on. Anyways, I super sympathize with this point from Scott. There is no world in which companies that didn't obsess over the experience and there's no world in which these companies who didn't have that same obsession and passion could ever have beat out 4 dudes who were obsessed. The obsession that these co-founders had with making the best place for open source code and collaboration will beat out any company of any size always. Now that that's out of the way, if you're interested in some storytelling, let me lead you down the path of how some of this actually unfolded from the inside. Oh boy. This is going to be so fun. This is so fun. Okay, I see some comments on YouTube I want to roast a bit. This is survivor bias. It's not obsession. It's not talent. It's not anything you think it is. How easy do you think it is to survive if you're not obsessed? I'm not saying everyone who's obsessed with their problems is going to succeed. You also need to be solving a problem that the market has a demand and need for, and that the market has room for and capital to spend on. That's the luck aspect. But the likelihood you get to the point where that matters, if you're not obsessed, is near zero. If you're obsessed with a problem that no one else cares about, you're not going to be successful. But if you care about the right problem that the right people are obsessed about and they're willing to pay for the solution and they can see the gap in the quality, you will beat out anybody who is just doing this for their day job. A person who makes $200K a year to work 40 hours a week on solving a problem that they don't understand or care about, you can have 100 of those people. They will not compete with one person who actually wants to solve the goddamn problem because they have it. That's a fact. And I don't care about how you feel on survivor bias. That's the reality that we live in. And if you look at all of the biggest and most successful companies, almost all of them started in this way. Even something like Amazon started because Bezos wanted a better way to find and buy the books he wanted to read. And then AWS succeeded because they built the solution to the problem that they had at Amazon with deploying and managing their deployments. Anyways, I want to read the rest that isn't the TLDR because I know this is going to be a great story. I'll dig a little more into the GitHub started at the right time theme from the point of view of a software dev in 2005. I was 10. This is when Git had its first commit by Linus and Mercurial had its first commit by Olivia. Oh, I have some old pictures like this. Mine aren't as old, but the classic OG desk setup. I especially love the Mac keyboard and then the Intella. What's the name of that Microsoft mouse? It's Intella something, right? I'm not crazy. It's like the classic Microsoft mouse. It was like the mouse for so long. Intella mouse. Ha, I was right. Everybody was saying I was wrong. No, I was right. It was the Intella mouse. OG as fuck. I guess I am old if I can immediately identify the Intella mouse and nobody else here can. But yeah, the Intella mouse right next to the good old Mighty mouse, maintaining Apple's legacy of shit mice. Also, I didn't even look at the source code on the screen. He's rocking Ubuntu and Windows Vista and Mac OS at the same time here. Beautiful. A++. What it was like to develop software almost 20 years ago, and how was this, or what was it like to develop software almost 20 years ago, And how was this an environment where Git could win over people and a GitHub could be born? Oh, good old Tiger. Beautiful, minimal. If you were a software dev in 2005, you were probably, or hopefully, using a centralized version control system like Subversion. I professionally used RCS, CVS, Subversion, and Perforce, all before Git came along. Y'all think that we have, like, problems with swapping our solutions in JavaScript too much? Look at how much people were swapping their source control solutions. And motherfuckers had the nerve to say that I was being dumb, saying that Git is something you should probably learn in college because the standards change all the time. Motherfucker, they haven't changed in 20 years, and they used to change every 2. Git 1, accept it. And if you don't want to accept it, build something better. Because Git 1, not kind of 1, not, oh, some people use it, some people don't. Git is the de facto hardcore victorious standard in source control. It should be taught in school because 99% of dev jobs are going to require you know Git. Let me see if I can fix the reflection from the sun now that it's that time of day. That should do it. Cool, that did it. Anyways. Hell, I was actually in a company that FTP'd its PHP files directly to prod. I want to ask in chat. We're doing a poll. Have you ever FTP'd PHP straight to prod? Yes, no, too young, or no, knew better? I am so curious. Notice nobody's saying no, knew better, because this was just how we did PHP development. This is still how Levels does it to some extent. He has Command S set to commit, Command Enter to push to GitHub, and then GitHub immediately FTPs it. What is FTP? Sorry, from O1. God damn it, Gabriel. I should have put no, what's FTP as an option. But no, I'm too young is the same option. Anyways. Now, if you were working on a proprietary commercial software, centralized version control systems like SVN honestly wasn't the most horrible thing. It was pretty simple to check out, make changes, and then check back in. Branching and merging completely sucked, but in a lot of situations, it could basically be avoided. I'm not sure I ever really used branching in Subversion or Perforce. Good old everything is main. I saw a branch in a repo recently where main was named mother. I thought that was interesting. Anyways, people probably complain more about Git today than they did about SVN back then, to be honest. The user interface and mental model is arguably simpler than it is in Git. But also, there's wonderful UI for doing it. Imagine if we were still using this as our way of doing code review. And like managing the things we were working on. I spent a lot of time hating this software. That is important. One of the best motivators for building great things is spite. If you have a solution that doesn't work for you, that like kind of functions but spends more time pissing you off than doing what you need, that will motivate you to move goddamn mountains. And I would say that if the team didn't hate existing solutions as much as they did, their motivation to push through and do something as hard as building GitHub would have been significantly lower. Spite resulted in picked up ping.gg? Kind of. Spite, actually, yeah. You know what? First off, I'm going to move chat to hang out with us because y'all are fun today. But Spite was a huge motivator for a lot of the things I built both at and after Twitch. Like, the video collab experience with ping.gg was because I was annoyed that I was spiteful that I couldn't build the tools creators actually needed when I was at Twitch. And I saw so many things creators needed. And as I was becoming a creator, I needed them too. If you look at something like Upload Thing, I hate the fact that S3 is so standard that alternatives are more focused on building an S3 compatibility layer than they are on making a good user experience. I was trying for years to get anyone else to build a better S3, and no one did. So we ended up having to ourselves. But all of my best stuff came from a combination of needing a product that didn't exist and spite towards the ecosystem, the original owners, or other experiences I had had that motivated me to push through and make it happen. But absolutely, spite is one of the most successful things in terms of driving you to building the right thing. Back to the article. The big problem that I started coming to a head around, this is a sentence. The problem that I think started coming to a head around this time was not in the world of professional development within closed and trusted teams. The big problem was within the growing world of open source. Also very real. An important detail with Git itself is that Git was spite-driven development. Linus was mad that he could no longer use the solutions that they were using. I believe it wasn't Perforce. What were they using before at Git or for Linux? I bet he even mentions it in here. BitKeeper. Yeah, he was using BitKeeper. And they did something that violated the BitKeeper like free open agreement that they had. And they could no longer use it. And Linus was so mad, he just went and made Git. And here we are. Yeah. You see, open source was barely a thing before this time, especially compared to today. Most of you kids probably don't remember a time where there weren't millions of open source projects around, but the phrase was only coined in '98. I was 3. To get a sense of scale, Dirk Ryle? I was calling him Dirk. To get a sense of scale, Dirk published a paper in 2008 analyzing global open source project trends, and they estimated that there was a total of 18,000 active open source projects in the world at that time. In 2005, there were certainly far fewer. 18,000 total active open source projects. I feel like my GitHub alone is nearing that. Joking, but realistically speaking, like the people in my live chat right now combined would be at least half of this. Like the thought that there was that few open source projects, there are probably more than 18,000 open source repos published every day on GitHub. I'd be surprised if it was that low, actually. Yeah, as Gabriel says, he can confirm he doesn't remember when there weren't millions of open source projects. Yeah. There's over 280 million public repos on GitHub alone today. And look at that curve. And that's just to August of 2007. It is a vertical line now. To put this into perspective, there's over 280 million public repos. Yeah. So why did open source help usher in the era of Git and GitHub? Because open source was growing fast, and centralized version control systems were particularly bad at open contribution strategies. That is, you couldn't easily share a project publicly and then take contributions back into a simple, that is, you couldn't easily share a project publicly and then take contributions back into it in a simple manner. That was a sentence. Yeah. Like, there's a reason that Git was doing there's a reason that Linux was doing everything over email patch recommendations, because it was the easiest way to deal with stuff. Contributing was so hard. There was no fork button. There was no ability to clone something, make a change, and then file a request to merge it. GitHub invented the idea of a pull request, where you're requesting another project pull changes that you made in your fork. That was a new idea. That wasn't even part of Git. Contributing to open source in 2005. How bad could it possibly have been? If you would like to see my talk about what open source contributing was like via my AWS Tokyo keynote 10 years ago, check it out, and then you can skip the next few paragraphs. The link to this blog post is in the description. If you want to watch that, you should. I am actually very curious, and I'm going to save this to my own watch later, because I am so curious about this. Yeah, let's read the paragraph here, though. Or the paragraphs here instead, though. Basically, you can make your subversion server read only for unauthenticated users. This is generally how you hosted an open source project, or you put a tarball somewhere occasionally. If you wanted to contribute, essentially, you'd have to do some of the following. You have to check out the latest version, make your changes, generate a patch file with GNU diff, upload the patch file to a ticketing system or email list used by the project. You literally had to make diffs and email the changes. The maintainer would then have to pull down the patch file, apply it to their project to see first off that it applied correctly, but more importantly that it worked properly. They'd either have to submit feedback either by sending another email or dealing with their ticketing system, make changes themselves, which is what they would often do because it was way easier to just fix the bugs than wait for someone over email to deal with it. Or most importantly, just commit the change if it worked. There are still artifacts of this around the internet. I used the track project at some point. For this type of project. You can still see their submitting patches guide, an example of how a change would be suggested. It was a goddamn nightmare. And now we get into the fun chaos of open source, the Rails project. The Rails project, as well as my friends and future GitHub co-founders at Air, used a simple ticketing system called Lighthouse, which is mind-blowingly still up. I am curious now. Interesting. Can I go to justlighthouseapp.com? I'm so curious. Beautifully simple issue tracking. This is such a time portal. It's weird. They stopped updating the copyright 6 years ago. We love that. I don't know what I saved or why that just happened. Can you go away? Thank you, Arc, for getting out of my way. Anyways. One of my earliest open source projects was a command line tool called Git Lighthouse that could simplify the process of pulling down and applying attached patches from the tickets that you wanted to test out. Again, even with Git, they would have to download the diff and apply it locally. Oh yeah, the reflections are back. Oh, that's so annoying. It's just the sun at this time of day, and this curtain isn't quite wide enough. That's as good as I'm going to be able to get it without making severe changes. I'll just back up. That enough? That's worse. God damn it. Ignore the reflections. I'm recording at the wrong time of day. Anyways. How insane is it that you couldn't just clone the branch or copy the branch name and throw it in the GitHub CLI or any of those things? It's still, in my opinion, a little too hard to test someone else's code, but you have to download a diff by hand and apply it to try something, and then have to revert it. Oh God, this is hell. This process sucked enough that when something came around that simplified it, it was quickly embraced. And that something was GitHub. But first, we needed a Git. The rise of Git. Oh, yeah, the BitKeeper story. Git actually started from the fact that Linus Torvalds really liked an, at the time, commercial version control system called BitKeeper. It was actually built specifically to help simplify the existing kernel development process. If it had been open source or it had better licensing terms, there would probably have been no Git or GitHub. However, what happened instead was that one of the Linux developers reverse engineered the protocol, which broke the licensing terms, and BitKeeper and Linus determined that the spat that followed was untenable, and they mutually decided to part ways. Yeah. That was the issue, that one of the Linux maintainers was trying to figure out how BitKeeper worked internally so they could automate some things, and BitKeeper wasn't happy. Thankfully, BitKeeper wasn't happy, because otherwise we might not have had the open standard of Git. Imagine if we were still using a closed source solution for managing our projects and managing our source code. Oof. Betting against Linus is brave. Yeah, we didn't know how bad a thing that was to do at the time. We have since learned as an industry. But have we? Because remember how much Linus and NVIDIA hate each other. And look at how well NVIDIA is doing. So BitKeeper killed themselves by going against Linus. NVIDIA won by going against Linus. So checks and balances. Anyways, Linus took some of the concepts that BitKeeper opened his eyes to, threw together the simplest thing he thought would solve his problems with those principles in mind, and he called his new project Git, the information manager from hell. I want to see this. These comments are marked as resolved. Yeah. Initial release of Git, the information manager from hell. Beautiful. It was fairly quickly embraced by several people in the Linux community, and it slowly grew into an actual sort of version control system. There are several reasons why Git felt awesome at the time. Branching and merging were dreams rather than nightmares. You have no idea how bad, like merging is bad now. Merging was miserable before. It was super fast, which is funny because like Git can be slow, but everything else was so much hilariously slower. And also permissions were vastly simpler. Huge. In the early days of Git, I would do talks where I would just go on stage, create a few branches, commit changes into them, switch between them, and then merge them together, all in 60 seconds. I would literally see people's jaws drop. Some of them would think I was faking the demo. Imagine seeing Git and saying, that's too good to be true. This has to be faked. That's how bad shit was. It was so bad. I am so thankful I wasn't conscious at the time, so I didn't realize how bad it was. I just cannot tell you how magical it felt in 2006 to be able to switch and merge contexts that fast and easily. In Subversion, this was a total nightmare. I love this. Git is stupid content tracker. Adorable. Not having to go over a network to negotiate a commit with a central server was also incredible. It felt like a rocket ship. Everything was so fast. Again, the centralized server bit was insane. Since on Git on your machine is just on your machine, you only have to go online when you push the changes to a different origin. Everything can be not network bound. And nobody had invented pre-commit hooks yet, thankfully. That was a disaster we came up with much later. Anyways. Probably most importantly, you could fork the repo incredibly easily, which meant that you could host your own copy of a repository and have your own write access and push changes that... I have to reread this one. And probably most importantly, you could fork the repository incredibly easily. Again, huge deal. Previously, you had to get permission from the centralized server to do anything. The idea that I could just copy it, do some work, and the permission could come after making the changes, that was a huge shift in how we wrote software. Previously, you had to get permission before you could start doing the change. Now you could make the change, and permission was just whether or not we copied the thing you did, and we brought it into our main branch. On top of that, you could even pull other people's changes into your own forks. It was huge. The idea of copying a repo, having all the permissions I needed to do stuff to it, and then sharing between them and merging and all of that was so novel and new. And it came because Git was so simple and focused on the open source world. The Linux project started doing this early on. For larger changes, they could send a request to pull changes from a hosted fork, and Linus could very easily do so. So if I was working on Linux and I made some big changes, rather than just emailing a diff, I could host my alternative fork of GitHub somewhere, and then email Linus saying, "Hey, I want you to pull these changes from my source." This is where the idea pull request came from. Apparently, I was wrong about saying that GitHub invented the concept of a pull request. Git has a git pull request command that would format an email for sending to a mailing list to help make the process simpler. Okay, so pull request is a concept that they had in Git for generating emails. That's just kind of hilarious in retro. Anyways, when GitHub added the ability to basically generate the same type of message, we decided that a request to pull should be called a pull request. They came up with the actual name. Apparently, there's a whole backstory for that. Oh, it's not that long. We'll go over this because I'm curious. There was a Git command called a git request pull that would format an email that you could send to a mailing list saying, instead of me sending an email patch series, here's a public endpoint that you can pull from to test my series. We turned request a pull into a pull request. Importantly, because requesting a pull was difficult because you needed a public repo. Before GitHub, this was probably running your own server. GitHub made this easy, and PRs made this stupid simple. But do you know what PRs v1 looked like? They were just emails saying X wants you to pull from them, and they weren't even formatted as helpfully as the request pull ones. No diff stat, nothing. But GitHub still won, because the problem was the sharing. Git shared over email by design. GitHub made forking and sharing stupid simple. Yeah, these emails are not good. Person sent you a message. Send a pull request. Hilarious. People are like, merge request is better, but that's only because GitLab emerged after we invented a way to merge on the server. Before then, you had to pull locally, merge there, then push your integration up. Merge requests would have made no sense when we created the concept. That's actually a fair point. That you had to, the pull request was because you had to pull the changes onto your machine before it got merged into your repo. Finally, and to the original point, push request made literally no sense. A proposed changes set to merge or squash or rebase is not a request to push anything. Only in the V1 days would someone need to pull a request, merge locally, and then finally push. Very good points. Crazy history. This is awesome to learn all about. I hope you guys are digging this as much as I am, because this is such a cool deep dive. And it's so much more detailed than, I don't even know if most of this was public before. Some people think that developers liked Git because it was distributed and you got the whole history when you cloned, which meant that you could share locally, etc. I disagree. I am fully with you, Scott. I don't think people actually care about histories in Git. I very rarely see people actually reading through commit histories in any meaningful way, certainly not locally. Sometimes they do, but from my experience, when they're doing it, it's to debug a specific thing that they think happened around a certain time. It's not because the history itself brings a lot of value. As Scott says here, I don't think almost anyone really cared about any of that. Distributed was cool because you could do operations fast and you could host your own full writable fork, which made permissions much simpler. Also huge. The distribution and open nature was good because the elitists would have no reason to not adopt it. But the feature set that enabled of running it locally and having it be faster and nicer to interface with and simpler because the permissions were stupid simple, that is what made Git successful. The fanciness of these things on the technical level are why the most elite people wouldn't turn it down, but the experience of using it is why the average person picked it up. It was cool because contributing went from a problem of who had permissions to push into the simple. It was cool because contributing went from a problem of who had permission to push into the simplicity of who had something interested to pull. And of course, this last point led directly to GitHub. And now finally, we're in the rise of GitHub. I am out of focus again. Come on, camera. There we go. Late last year, I interviewed my GitHub co-founder, Tom, and among the things discussed, he told the story of how he got the initial idea of working on GitHub. Essentially, when he was working on PowerSet, Tom's team started using Git internally. However, it was a pain in the ass to add other team members to the internal server because Git's main protocol was over SSH, which means you need a user with SSH privileges on the machine for everyone. It was difficult and for most of the team just wasn't worth it. This spawned the concept for him of making the process as easy as possible. Yeah, like SSH was the most complex part of Git for a while. And I didn't even think of like GitHub wasn't meant to compete with Git or email or any of those things. It was meant to compete with the hell of centralized servers and managing the SSH keys and all that. Git is awesome. Git hosting is a pain in the ass. This is why Tom started working on GitHub. Git repository hosting, no longer a pain in the ass. Sign up now. Hilarious, beautiful. Social code hosting. GitHub is the Vercel of Git. Yep. I went through my old emails to see if I could find the first time I heard about Tom's GitHub project. And it was this email from Chris responding to a Git screencast I made in late 2007. Hey, Scott. Awesome. I actually have a handful of apps I deploy using Git, but the screencast is great. Really well made. I like the overlays, and it's nice that you go into actual Git usage, merging, pushing, Git K, etc. Tom Preston Warner of Chronic, Gravatar, and God fame and I are actually working on a Git site, github.com. It's a public push point, like repo.or.cz, but user-centric rather than project-centric. The idea is easy forking and contributing to open source projects, a distributed pull model versus repo.or.cz and SVN's shared push model. We're thinking of charging $10 a year or something like that, and filling it up with useful features. Pre-rolled post-commit hooks, post-commit webhooks, tutorials, wiki, pull request integration, etc. Also, not ugly. Any interest in playing around with the service once we put it into beta, maybe suggest some features, we'd definitely love to highlight this screencast. This email 17 years later is a wild read. This is kind of crazy to see back in time like this, at how simple the ambitions were and how focused they were on solving the problems that they had. It was still a secret side project between the two of them at this point. Also, Chris, lowercase h? Not sure what that meant. Oh yeah, lowercase h for GitHub. That was the thing. Yeah, because they always do capital H with GitHub, and he did lowercase h there, because even early days, that's hilarious. The lowercase h, because they're strict about the H in GitHub being capital, but earliest emails, they weren't. Yeah, this is when Scott started chatting with Chris and Tom about the Git and Ruby libraries that ran the site, and eventually how I wiggled my way into the project and company. There are a few interesting things about this pitch. The first is that they compared it to the only other real public Git hosting site, repo.or.cz, which is also miraculously still running, if you want to see what the state of Git hosting was pre-GitHub. I do. Oh, God. Yeah. I see the difference pretty quickly. GitHub made the crucial innovation over that site and every other hosting service like it, which is that they made it user-centric rather than project-centric. Before this, if you wanted to host something on SourceForge or whatever, you needed to grab the name. With GitHub, you can make any project you want named anything you want because it's namespaced to your user. It sounds small, but that's a huge deal. Like anyone, like you don't have to make sure your project has a unique name before you push it up to GitHub. Huge. The second was that they focused on a pull model rather than a push model, basically the permissions thing I talked about before. The third is that not ugly was a core feature. GitHub had taste. Yeah, not ugly might sound like a reach when it looked like this, but when this was the competition, it's a fair point to make. Git wins. This is why Git was cool and why GitHub was starting to make it This is why Git was cool and why GitHub was starting to make using it easier. But the question is, why did Git win? Lots of distributed systems sprang up during the time. Mercurial was similar in a lot of ways and better in many. In fact, to this day, Facebook is still using Mercurial. So why did Git come out on top of, or in this great version control system? So why did Git come out on top in the great distributed version control system war? I think the answer there was PR. And there are two big PR guerrillas fighting it out in the why did GitHub... I suck at reading today. And there are two big PR guerrillas fighting it out for the why did Git win answer. The first was Linux and by extension Linus. The other was GitHub and specifically the Rails community. So we're going to go through both options. That's a cool framing. So maybe it was Linus and Linux. The Linux project using Git and Linus having started the project gave it instant credibility. Everyone knew Linux, everyone knew Linus. If he made an amazing operating system that everyone uses, at least for their servers, next year's the year of Linux on the desktop. It's finally happening. He can certainly make a next level version control system. And even if it's difficult to use, that just means he's smarter than us and we should try harder, right? This is legendary. Google's weird tech talks where they'd bring people in. It's unlisted now. That's hilarious, Google. Oh man, this is so legendary. I've watched this multiple times. Linus's talks back in the day were so cool. Video quality 240p, content 8K. Legendary. Highly recommend watching that if you haven't before. This video is one of the first talks about Git online, circa 2007. It's Linus talking about Git and distributed version control systems, then a brand new concept at the Google campus. It came out in between when I started using Git in late 2005 and when I started at GitHub in mid-2008. I watched it several times, as did millions of people. Who doesn't like listening to the Linux guy say CVS is the dumbest shit that has ever been thought of, and everyone who disagrees is ugly and stupid? At Google. Here's the link that has that there. Yeah, it's just great PR. It really is, especially because people didn't like CVS, and now this guy's coming out saying, you all suck, this is terrible. Beyond that, if you conflate Linux and Linus, which most people do, there's an argument that Linux itself pushed Git adoption indirectly through Android. Interesting. This is where I really don't know how much impact my own efforts or GitHub's efforts had in comparison to this big, quiet, behind-the-scenes side effect of Android becoming a thing at exactly the same time. This is interesting. I hadn't thought of like Android's effect on Git. Android is a big part of why I learned Git and GitHub super early, but it's interesting to see it called out this way. It's also why Google suddenly started caring about Linux and Linus. Fascinating. Or even my personal impact in either or both of these fronts, doing Git talks and corporate training for years. In early September 2008, right as Android 1.0 was being released, like 2 weeks after this email, but before I did the training, Sean Pierce, an early superhero of the Git ecosystem, wrote me this email asking to help train the Google Android team on Git. Apparently, Sean Pierce has since passed away. That is sad to hear. I'm not sure what this is a link to. Yeah, rest in peace, Sean. Let's see what he had to say back in 2008. Scott, are you in the SFO Bay Area? Google may be interested in bringing you in to give some in-person Git training talks to 200 engineers. Given your work on the Git casts and the Git community book, I think you may be able to put together something quite useful for our engineers. All of them are migrating from Perforce to Git and need to do it in short order. We're talking about early to mid-October timeframes. Let me know if you're interested and we can start to work on the planning. I believe we can also get you some sort of speaker and consulting fee, the specifics of which can be worked out once we have a bit more of a training plan. Please try to keep this information private. We're not quite ready for the world to learn that Google's using Git, but it will become public knowledge sometime this calendar year when the project goes open source. I've CC'd my work address just to help me organize the thread, but I wanted to write you from the address that you know me at. That is a cute email. That is really nice. It's difficult to determine what impact Android had in corporate Git adoption, but it certainly wasn't zero. While the Google and Android team was the first that I did corporate training for under the GitHub banner, I also eventually did Git training for engineering teams at Motorola, Qualcomm, Ericsson, and Broadcom, just to name the telecoms. Jesus. This guy's got like Kenzie Dodds looking lazy. I never thought I would say that. He also, like, you cannot undersell the importance of good educational stuff in adoption. So while sure, Android probably helped drive things, I would argue that you, Scott, doing all this educational work and creating the resources that allowed companies like Google to meaningfully adopt Git was a more necessary piece and a more unique one too. I would argue if Google and Android didn't adopt, another company might have tried to, but if it wasn't for your materials, they all might have failed. So to Scott, you are as if not more essential to the success of Git and GitHub. Don't give Android your credit. I also just don't like giving Android credit for things I don't have to, but that's an aside. Yeah, eventually I had to hire a team to do full-time education and onboarding and training for engineering teams. Just nuts. Linus pushed Git with his broad-ranging brand of superstar nerd PR that Mercurial never got. NVIDIA? No, I'm not going to do it. It's tempting, though. But Android, furthermore, pushed Git uniquely via its dependence from the Linux kernel into massive companies out of pure practicality that also otherwise never would have happened for at least another decade. Maybe it was GitHub. There is also, and I must say this with a grain of hopeful humanity, a possibility that GitHub was the determining factor in the eventual dominance of Git over Mercurial. Yes, I would absolutely agree here. GitHub had the incredible luck to have an amazingly supportive and hip community that embraced us right out of the gate, namely the Ruby community. That was a back and forth. GitHub was on Ruby and Rails was building itself on GitHub. That relationship happened early and was essential to both their success. Within months, Everyone in the Ruby community had put their stuff on GitHub. Rails was the hot shit at the time. It was cooler than PHP. JS frameworks weren't really around. There wasn't even Node yet. So everyone was paying attention to what the hip cast in the Ruby community were doing. So everyone was paying attention to what the hip cats in the Ruby community were doing. They were the bleeding edge of cool development in the software world, and they were using GitHub. I remember back when the Ruby community was trying new things and adopting new solutions and pushing them. Good old days. And it's not just me. Linus himself also recently said that from his perspective, the Ruby community unexpectedly made Git explode overnight. He doesn't credit GitHub for that by name, but I think it's impossible for anyone to argue that the Ruby community didn't adopt Git in a very large part due to us. You are entirely correct, Scott. I appreciate you for couching your words the way you do. I won't, though. Ruby was a huge part of Git winning, and Ruby only did that as a community because of GitHub. So by transitive property and some speculation, I'll make the claim that Linus in fact thinks GitHub is the reason Git won. Yeah, I'll agree with you there. Of course, the Ruby community adopting GitHub wasn't random. I remember all of us, Chris, Tom, PJ, and myself, sitting at the table at Ruby conferences with all the guys in the early Ruby community, showing them GitHub, selling them on Git, doing talks, and more. We were all speaking at the same conferences. We all drank beers together after Ruby meetups in SF. These were the guys who started Rails, Heroku, Twitter, jQuery, you name it. So that we were selling it is that we were all sharing what we were passionate about. There was a high level of trust in this community. The GitHub founders were a deep and authentic part of it. And we all tried each other's stuff and supported each other throughout. Adorable. The Ruby community using GitHub meant that every conference talk everywhere had a GitHub plug in it. Free advertising everywhere. This meant that as more and more projects moved over to or were started on GitHub, even people who liked Mercurial had no real choice but to use Git. After a while, it probably just wasn't worth it. GitHub's dominance in the hosting sphere just crushed Mercurial in just the span of a few years. In Mercurial land, there was Bitbucket, which was started for Mercurial hosting and written in the Django framework. I did not know Bitbucket was in Django. That's an interesting tidbit. But I think we just had too much of a head start and there wasn't enough differentiation. The Python community just didn't adopt it as aggressively as our Ruby community did. Yeah, Python is historically fast to adopt things, as we've seen with Python 3. Why would you ever bet on the Python community trying something new? As early as December of 2008, GitHub was hosting 27,000 public repos, where Bitbucket had a little over 1,000. Since then, Bitbucket's numbers gone down. It hasn't, but I had to pick on it a bit. You guys know how I feel about Atlassian. It became difficult to catch up. How do I remember those numbers, you might ask? Well, I had a website I put up called Why Git is Better Than X.com, and this guy named Jesper emailed me to say that one of my biggest points was incorrect, where I argued that Git has GitHub and Mercurial and Bazaar don't have a GitHub. I rather arrogantly argued that they aren't in the same league. So we found these old emails. Mercurial has its own GitHub. You may want to update it. Bazaar has Launchpad. Bitbucket has a very similar site, but has less than 1,300 public repos. GitHub is over 27,000. Hilarious. Young Scott being a little bitchy. Sorry, Jesper. We've all been there. I'm still there. To his credit, he never called me out on my response, which now seems real snippy of me in hindsight. But it turns out that Jesper, in fact, was the founder of Bitbucket. That makes this way funnier. Okay. A year or so later, we met up with him in Amsterdam, drank some nice whiskey together, and have remained friendly ever since. Here's them all together. Adorable. The competitive field collapses. In the end, whether it was GitHub that helped Git win or Git that helped GitHub win, it was quickly over. In 2006 to 7, people were first learning about distributed version control systems, and Git and Mercurial were starting to fight it out. In 2008, GitHub launched. In 2011, both Google Code and Bitbucket added Git support, which will mark as the year that the nail was in the coffin for Mercurial. Git had won, and GitHub was now essentially unbeatable. Just 4 years later, in 2015, Google Code just completely gave up and shut its service down. The person who made it clearly got all their promotions. In the email they sent out, they basically said, just move to GitHub. If I remember correctly, they even reached out to us to help with the migration. It's time to recognize that Google Code's mission to provide open source projects a home has been accomplished by others, such as GitHub and Bitbucket. Bitbucket's the best Atlassian project. Says so little. It says so little. I would say Trello's better, but they got purchased. They didn't start Atlassian, so it doesn't really count. But yeah, you get the idea. So why not Google Code? Like, how did Google not win? They're great at making quality experiences that developers love. While Bitbucket started after us, we had a hard head start, but there were other hosting sites like Google Code. And in early 2009, Google Code added Mercurial support, and SourceForge added both Git and Mercurial. So if these industry monsters had a massive user head start and they had distributed version control support only months after we launched, why didn't they wipe the floor with us little guys? Not only little, but also nearly completely unfunded. Chris was able to put a little bit of money into Bootstrap, but the rest of us were totally broke and we didn't raise any outside funding. Okay, that's why they're all so rich now. Makes sense. When Google Code launched Mercurial support, we were still 4 devs working out of cafes in South Beach with zero VC investment. We struck deals with our buddies in May 2008, as well as Engine Yard for help with hosting costs because we didn't have the cash. They couldn't even afford their servers. How is it possible that a tiny unfunded team made Google Code fold in just a few years? Also, a quick side here on GitHub funding. The article I'm reacting to states that VC investment wasn't an option for the co-founders. This is untrue. Apparently, they were talking to VCs. When PJ emailed me in July of 2008 to say that they wanted me to join, that we should all make the leap, quit our jobs, and make this a full-time thing instead of a side project, he explicitly said, "We've been talking to one VC in particular that we like a lot. We want to raise a handful of money to do a few of things. These were things like getting an office, hire some people, etc." It was always on the table. We could have done it at literally any time. We considered and thoughtfully rejected the idea constantly over the years. We didn't really need an office. We didn't really need more people yet. Not only that, we actually nearly rejected the idea when we were considering a $100 million round A. Not only that, we actually nearly rejected the idea when we were considering a $100 million Series A from Andreessen Horowitz. Shout out 816. I'm a scout there. Love working with them. 4 years later was when they were considering that. I remember vividly the night that we all sat down for dinner at some restaurant in Folsom Street in April of 2012 and argued very heatedly if we should take a capital round at all. We had offers from A16, Benchmark, Sequoia, and Bessemer, which, these are some of the best VCs in the world, especially at the time. And they were all making crazy offers. And us 4 assholes sat at the table heatedly yelling at each other about whether or not we should tell all of them thanks but no thanks. Offers that other tech entrepreneurs would probably literally have killed for. Yeah. But the point is that it wasn't that we couldn't have raised money, but that we didn't even need to in order to get down the entire field. Pretty crazy that these 4 passionate dudes could destroy all of hosted source control in so few years with no money. Again, with the passion beats money and talent and everything else, their obsession won. And finally, GitHub had taste. The original article is correct. The other hosts focused on distribution and revenue streams. We cared about developers, but it wasn't about when they added Git. It never really mattered. But it wasn't about when they added Git. It never really mattered. They never had any taste. They never cared about the developer workflow. They could have added Git at any time, and I think they all still would have lost. You can try to explain it by the features or the value adds, but the core takeaway that is still relevant to starting a startup today is that more fundamental than... You can try to explain it by pointing at features and value adds, but the core takeaway that's still relevant to starting a startup now is more fundamental than if we had an activity feed or a profile page or whatever. The much simpler, much more fundamentally interesting thing that I think we showed in everything that we did was that we built for ourselves. I guess I pre-read. This is so important. When you're building for yourself, you will have such an insane, massive advantage that others can't compete with. That's why I was able to beat Twitch's solution with ping. That's why GitHub could win here. That's why YouTube could beat Google so hard that Google had to buy YouTube. They were building the thing that they wanted, not the thing that their boss told them to build. And since they were building for themselves, they had taste and a deeper care about their experience. We were developers, and we built what we wanted in order to enable how we wanted to ideally work. We were the only tool in the space built by developers for developers, without PMs or accountants or CEOs trying to optimize for revenue rather than the developer experience that we cared so much about. In the end, we won because the open source community started to converge on distributed version control, and we were the only ones in the hosting space that truly cared about how developers worked at all. The only ones who questioned that, approached it from principles. The only ones who questioned this, approached it from first principles, tried to make it better holistically rather than just throwing more features onto something existing in order to sell it. Why GitHub won? So to sum it up, we won because we started at the right time and we had taste. I like the coming back, like almost like the article like opens with this and then goes through a bunch of things and then walks backwards back to the start. It's really cool. It's like like a palindrome almost. And I love how this is written. We were there when a new paradigm was being born, and we approached the problem of helping people embrace that new paradigm with a developer experience-centric approach that nobody else had the capacity for or the interest in. I guess the question is, what's the next sea change in the developer workflow? And who will have good enough taste to make it explode in the same way? P.S. If you would like to watch me talk about Git and some crazy things you can do with the Git internals, check out our YouTube channel. Yeah, the Git Butler YouTube channel is kind of fucking nuts. I'm going to hit subs. I probably should have a while ago. They have a great talk. So you think you know Git. 1 million views, all well deserved. I'm going to leave a link to the channel in the description so you can check that out if you haven't yet. And also check out Git Butler. These guys know what they're doing. I mean, obviously. I should react to that vid according to my team. You can go watch it if you want to ahead of time, but my team says I should react to it. I'll reach out to them and see if they're cool with it, and we might end up doing that in the future as well. But once again, just massive shout out to Scott for taking the time to write this up, correcting all the misunderstandings that existed in the previous article and my video as well. And I'm so happy I got to read this. My goal of pushing this idea, or my goal when how do I put this point? I was so excited to read that first article with y'all. And the reason is I wanted to understand how GitHub actually did win. And while that article did help a lot, this helped way more. I appreciate you so much, Scott, for taking the time to write this and respond in the way you did. This was an incredible experience, and I hope my chat and I hope my viewers feel similarly. Until next time, peace, nerds. Theo. One more done. How did I come across this article? Because it calls me out at the top, and the writer and the author emailed me about it and DM'd me about it. Somebody on YouTube chat saying, no way, this is how I record my videos. Want to bet? This is how I've recorded all but like 5 videos total on my channel. I saw Prime has a new badge on Twitter. I have no idea what's going on there. One sec. Sorry, to go find my chapstick. I was dying in here. The official roster of X Gamers. I might have to hit them up and get one of these. It'd be funny. Buddy, now they're mad that they can't be in the room. Are you kidding? What do you want? Come say hi. He really wanted to say hi. This is my son. I just have 2 cats. This is the problem one. The problem child. Isn't that right, mister? Don't flick with your tail. Hang out later, okay? What a boy. That's Murphy. He's an absolute menace. He was purring that whole time. He just wants attention right now, I think. I dress like this almost every day. I've been wearing t-shirts a bit more lately because I just have been waking up and immediately have to catch up on shit. But whenever I'm going out, I dress like this. And yes, I built a whole service for the markers. Marker thing. It's a thing for keeping track of your Twitch markers. And I use these to export a CSV when I'm done streaming. And then I use that to auto chop to the individual topics so that my editor can go from there and turn those into real videos. Yeah, marker thing's a lifesaver. A couple of creators are starting to discover how powerful it is. Yeah, thank you, Nick and Dustin, for the resubs. Appreciate those both. Yeah, how else would I be able to stream 1 day a week and still post videos every day? I got a company to run. I can't be doing this shit every day. It only works for Twitch because YouTube doesn't have a marker system. I was considering building a generic marker system, but I don't feel like building the infra for it. The beauty of the beauty of marker thing is that it has no database at all. It just does auth through Clerk, and the database is Twitch's marker system. So it's really stupid simple. I don't like to dress like this. Yeah, on the last day in the sweatiest place I've ever been, I was not as good about dressing with a nice shirt. But that was also because I was out of collared shirts I hadn't sweat through. But that was the exception. Cool. Enough distractions. We got to get going. Yo, thanks, Pierce and Skylurker, for the subs. Appreciate you both a ton for that. I had to fit with the team. I know you were joking, but I'm still going to defend myself. Scheduler.yield time. I'm excited for this one. Why is my cat still screaming? Let's get these open. I think this is fine for the intro, actually. You know the deal, phase. Scheduler.yield is almost here. Just sprinkle the simple line into your JS code frequently to give the browser breathing space and avoid initial next paint issues. Await scheduler.yield. Importantly, it allows continuation of your code to be prioritized so you don't lose out by yielding. What? What is yielding? What is going on here? And why should you care? Well, honestly speaking, I don't think many of us as end developers building applications will have to think about yield too much. But that's because it wasn't built for us. This API was built for one specific team, the React team. And after years of collaboration between Chrome, web standards committees, and the React team, it's finally super close to shipping. And I think it's worth understanding what it is, why it exists, and what can be done with it. And of course, the tweet that brought it to me, Sunil, famous from being on the original React team, React just can't stop winning. The API and implementation is the result of a multi-year collab effort between Meta and the React, or specifically the React team of Meta, as well as Google Chrome and many others. And it underpins React's concurrent mode, now being implemented in the browsers as a standard. Huge. Huge. So before we can dive into how this works, we need to think about the event loop a bit. At this point, I would say the event loop video. What the heck is the event loop anyway? This is an essential watch if you're watching this channel. And if you haven't watched it in the last year, probably worth watching again because it is phenomenal. And understanding how the event loop and call stack in JavaScript work will make understanding all of these things much easier. I also didn't realize Lydia Hall did a video on this 5 months ago that is more popular than any video on my channel. Good for her. Huge. I haven't watched that one yet. I'm saving that for later for sure. Apparently, people are saying that Lydia's video is even better than the JSConf one. That's nuts. Watch both. This is legendary, and Lydia's really, really good too. I would say watch both. Also, thank you for the clickbait. Potential titles. Or like browser standards are being changed for React. Okay. So I have to presume that you kind of know the event loop, or this will be basically impossible to do. But we'll go with it. So we have the call stack. I also want to watch the video just so I can be sure I get the names right. You know what? I'm going to pull up. Okay, there's the task queue is the thing I was thinking of. Do I want to just rip from this video? Because I don't want to I know I'll get names of the details wrong if I don't briefly watch this. Phase, don't include this. I'm just going to skim fast to make sure I get the names of things right.
Notorious topic in JavaScript, but when we zoom out, it's just a tiny component within the JavaScript runtime. We also have the call stack, we have web APIs, we have the task queue.
I'll skip
We
to...
finally get to the event loop. It's the event loop's responsibility to check if the call stack is empty. And if that's the case, so if nothing is running, it then gets the first available task from the task queue and moves this to the call stack where it's executed.
Yep, cool. That was the detail I needed just to make sure I got the names of things right. Nice. So, call stack, task queue. So let's pretend we have a basic React app. We have the call stack and the task queue. Task queue is things that need to be done. Call stack is the thing currently being done. And the event loop's role is to take things from task queue and put it on the call stack. Let's say we're doing a complex render. We will render this as red. Put it in here and say complex render. This complex render is like React re-rendering your whole app or a state change that triggered a bunch of things changing. So this is going to take a second to happen. Let's say while that is happening, the user did a small thing like pressed a key in an input field. So I'll make this actually smaller because this task should theoretically be much smaller. And this complex render It's meant to be big. So if this is happening in the call stack right now, and this thing takes a lot of time, this input cannot happen until this is done. There is no ability for this input to interrupt what is going on here. Which means if you have like the classic demo of like an input field where you're typing, and every time you type a letter, it causes like, I don't know, a search to go off and to update the page with a different set of things on it. The classic demo is with the color picker thing that they did in the React Conf compiler demo. React for get React Conf 2021, I want to say. Yeah, React to that memo.
Because it shares.
So, example I'm going to show here. Notice how bad the performance is when you move around the color picker, because every time you move it a pixel, so literally on every single frame on your computer, it's triggering a state update.
So this is the user experience we want. But speaking of developer experience, many of you may be like, nah, I really love React. Zoomed in number here. It's been executed about.
Okay, is it there? A sec. So this is a to-do example, like a to-do list. And there's the input type is color. And with this input type is color, it's going to change a lot when you're changing things because you're dragging the cursor around, and every frame it's sending a new state. And if we look at the state here, the theme color is being passed, and we're keeping track of it in this to-do list like wrapper. So when the state changes, it has to re-render the whole to-do list, which means it's blocking that whole time.
And we need a second prop named the theme color so users can pick a color to theme the user interface. If we try this code out, it works, but the app feels pretty laggy.
Do you see the lag happening there? Where his cursor's here, but it's still many positions before? That's because the state being up here forces the whole to-do list to re-render before it can process the user's input. So we're effectively creating a bunch of inputs on the task queue for all these changes that can't happen until this complex render is done. This happens. It takes one of these, it does it, and then it immediately has to pull this back up again before it can process any of the additional inputs. That sucks. Hope to chat, I will ask y'all, because this is a tough topic. Have I made it clear, in your guys' opinions, what is happening here and why this sucks? Or do I have to elaborate more? Shit, we got Ryan Carniato in chat helping out. Legendary. As he mentioned here, it causes every component to re-render. And he dropped this original example here with the OG React Fiber, where they were handling things with concurrent mode. Nuts. Do they have a non-concurrent example? If I go to here, yeah, the stack example. So notice how much slower this one is because the browser updates and the React updates are blocking each other. With a Fiber example, it lets you run things in parallel effectively, but the interruptions are much more important, which is what we're here to talk about. It was based on hover on the triangles and the count updating. So, yeah, the hover's the interruption. Okay. So when I'm hovering, it increases the number as it stays hovered, and it doesn't if it's not. Oh, no, the hover is the action that's interesting here. It's doing all of the triggering, all the updating. React is just doing its thing, but hovering is an interruption that would have been blocked if this wasn't able to run concurrently. That makes more sense. Okay. So in the non-Fiber example, if I grab this link again, the big difference that we care about isn't just how much slower this moves, it's how much longer it takes to hover and like do the hover behavior, because it can't do that until the render happens. So the render is blocking the user actions, and the user actions block render. It's like a back and forth of everything blocking each other. God, my whole computer was slowing down from that one. And here it's much smoother because it can allow for user actions to interrupt. But the React team wanted to go way further. They wanted the ability to just programmatically call interruptions whenever they felt like. So to simplify what is happening here, to simplify this change, imagine that this complex render could bail out at certain points. If at a certain point during this complex render, we could just draw a line in it and say, hey, at this point, pause, pull things off the queue, and we'll get back to it in a second. You're effectively saying, hey, take the rest of my task. So if I break this up into multiple parts now, we'll say complex render part 1, and we'll break it up into 3. So you have part 1, part 2, and delete that in favor of part 3. And now we've broken it up into these parts. If we call yield, what we're doing is we're taking these other parts and we're putting them back in the task queue. So if right now we only have like these 2 inputs the user did, and we have this render going on, and we call the new code schedule.yield. What we are saying to the JavaScript runtime is everything above here, just throw it back in the task queue. So now if there are other things that need to be run, like we finished that and now we want to deal with the input field, cool, we throw this away. We do this. We finish it. We do the next input. We finish it because those are easy to parse. And then we throw this back on. And as long as this code is smart enough to say, oh, things have changed since, let's make sure we're rendering things post that change. Now this can all be cleared through, rendered correctly. Maybe one of these tasks even says, oh shit, everything's changed. We have to go back to the start. So when complex render 2 triggers, it says we have to redo everything, and it just brings all 3 back into the task queue where it can start pulling them from there again. But the important piece here is that it didn't put 3 things in the task queue initially. This was all one box. It was all one task. But when you call schedule.yield, it turns one task into multiple by taking whatever happened after the schedule yield and throwing that back on the task queue. You're temporarily moving the execution out of the way of the thread. This is a huge change. This allows for people to make their own React, so to speak, significantly easier because you don't have to build your own crazy threading model. You can just yield regularly in the code that might be blocking, and it will no longer be blocking. If there's nothing left in the task queue, it will just leave these here and continue until it finishes. But if there's anything else in the task queue, it will get interrupted and move back there temporarily. To go to Lydia's video, because it is phenomenal, the way the event loop works is when there's nothing in the call stack, it pulls from the task queue. This is the opposite. When you're in the call stack and you call schedule.yield, it checks, is there anything in the task queue? If there is, move this back there. And if there isn't, just keep executing as you were. It's cool that this is arguably, conceptually, the opposite of the event loop. But I think that is what makes it so strong, and it's certainly what makes it so exciting. I cannot wait to see what people do with this. I did see one blog post of people showing it. Umar from Debug Bear. I don't know if this is going to fit in the video or not, but I wanted to give it a quick read to see what they have to say. The scheduler.yield method is used to yield control back to the browser scheduler, allowing other important tasks to run. It's the browser that decides what's considered important. This can be useful when you want to ensure that your JS code doesn't block the main thread and negatively impact the user experience. You might be wondering, what other work does the browser need to do? The scheduler is responsible for a lot of things, like rendering the page, garbage collection, importantly, handling user input. Let's focus on the last one, user inputs. Oh, that's funny. It's an Excalibur of the same concept. This absolutely fits. Thank you, Debug Bear and Umar, for writing this. We're definitely going to take advantage of this. If you want to read the whole post, it'll be linked in the description. Yeah. So previously, you'd have a long blocking task, and you have to wait for that before the user input gets processed. But now you can chunk that long thing, and user input and other important tasks can effectively interrupt. But it's not a traditional interruption where you're blocking your thing. It is an event loop style interruption where things are being moved from the execution window over to the task queue so something more important can execute in the interim. If you find the terms main thread, browser schedule, and blocking to be confusing, know that you're not alone. Traditionally, web performance was centered around network performance, but as web apps have gotten more complex, the focus has shifted to runtime performance, especially for JS-heavy web apps. The main thread is where the browser processes, or the main thread is a browser process that handles different tasks like rendering the page. The scheduler is what decides what tasks to run and when. And blocking is when there's a task in the main thread that prevents other things from running. All makes sense so far. So here's an example of a blocking function that's slow. You have start time, and you pass it a duration. We all know the right way to do this is with a set timeout, but when you do it like this, you are blocking the JavaScript execution until this is done, because this while loop is just going to run nonstop until the condition is passed. So what this will do is block and prevent updates from happening. So if I had like an input field and this was running, I wouldn't be able to type. It would just lock up in the process and it would be miserable. So here's a basic example. This function blocks for one continuous second, 500 milliseconds, and then 500 more milliseconds. But if you put a scheduler.yield in the middle, now you'll see in the performance view here, without yielding, it's just one second task. But with yield, it can be broken up. So if the user does something in that time, that can happen in the in-between. I'll give this a shot. Does he have the link here? Interactive demo. So it's not on in the browser by default, by the way. This is part of the 129 version of Chrome beta. Do I still have Chrome beta installed? I do. Let's get that updated so we can give it a shot. I can't update my beta version. That's wonderful. Replace. And now we have the most up-to-date Chrome beta version. And now that warning that it's not supported is gone because it is supported in this browser. I'm clicking one long task, and now I'm clicking accept cookies, and nothing is happening. And there's all my cookies after the task is done. If I refresh, oh, it's still blocking. That's hilarious. Cool. Now I'm going to do many smaller tasks, and I'm going to click. It's still slow, but they're happening in bursts now because the smaller tasks are yielding to give room for my inputs to be processed. Before, those inputs wouldn't be processed due to the nature of how the scheduler works. If we break this down in the performance view, this is where things will get fun. Can I get all of this to go away? Well, let's record a performance profile. If you haven't done this before, you should. It's fun. I'm going to hit the one long task, hit a bunch of accepted cookies. Nothing is happening. And here we are. Let's stop the profiling and see what this looked like. See this giant task? And then here, all of the event clicks process. And then all of the commits happen after these tasks. Very painful. And if I switch to do many smaller tasks this time, I record a new profile, many smaller tasks, accept, 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 clicking it a whole bunch. Stop now that we'll see that. And here we can see a very different call. These tasks are much smaller. And if we zoom in on any one of them, we can probably see the commits happening in here. Yeah, the event click, it's right in between the two, but you can actually see it. And the fact that that can happen and be processed despite these tasks, that's a huge change. I hit the wrong button there. Ryan Carniatos, once again, calling out really important things in chat. The important thing is that this is different from scheduling a microtask because microtask queues don't yield to macro tasks. It will run all the microtasks before the next macro task. It isn't unlike occasionally using a set timeout 0, but the behavior can be different if there's nothing important pending. And that's the key, is importance. When you call scheduler.yield, it's not just doing the crude demo I showed here where it's throwing it back on the task queue. It's taking advantage of the prioritization the browser is capable of. It knows which tasks are important enough that they should execute sooner, and you're letting it do its thing. You're saying, hey, I know my task might seem important, but I'm telling you, it can stop right now, do any other important work that's waiting, and then we will continue in a minute. This whole site is lagging so bad now. Let's do one more record here because I really want to show the difference. I clicked 8 times. So there's all the clicks. Stop so we can see. We have at the start all of the like rendering of the page stuff. But then we have the part that's actually interesting if I can get this UI to work, which is this huge blocking chunk. How do I'm just going to select this area because that's what I care about. Cool. And now this is all separate tasks. And if there's events that need to happen, those can all happen during the time in between. So here we have all of these event clicks triggering before the main task is happening again. And after demo is the smaller tasks, almost certainly. Looking at the code might help y'all understand this better. Does he have the source here somewhere? He doesn't. I'll just pull it up here. Sources, main.js. Here we are. Copy, throws into a real editor. Nice. The before demo blocks the main thread for 1 second 3 times. And the after demo will await the scheduler.yield calls in between. And the actual interactive button, the one that makes the cookie, also triggers a block. I almost want to delete that because I think it'll make it slightly clearer because it's a little hard to see in this which tasks are which because some of them, it's a little hard to see in that UI which tasks are which because it's not as visible. I forgot to hit record. I'm stupid. 4th time's charm with this take. So here, the event click still is blocking, but after demo is the important piece. And we're able to sneak in all of these clicks because they're higher priority before continuing that micro task. I kind of want to take the time to make a better version of this demo. I'm going to do it. Fuck, I'm going to regret this, but And let's see what the HTML looked like here so I can just rip this directly. Sources, example, yoink, save, yoink, save, and I kill the footer, save. I'll grab the styles too, why not? I didn't lose my changes, right? It didn't. Cool. Good enough. If I open this in another tab, usually probably to click a button. Huh. Ah. Always allow. Done. There we go. Nice. Cool. Now we can see this directly. Performance. I already deleted the thing I didn't like, right? The blocking and the click. I did. Cool. So now, oh, I forgot to do the thing. Record, one long task, clicking cookies a whole bunch. They're not going to come through until it's done. If at all. Come on. Maybe I did this wrong. Okay, maybe I fucked up the CSS here. Okay, document.getElement by ID result. Do I still have the result element? I do. And this is bound to interactive button 1. Stackblitz is easier than setting it up on my own machine. It's that simple. Oh, the styles part matters, but what about the JS? It's main.js versus counter.js. That's the difference. Okay. Thank you for mentioning the name thing, because I was checking the wrong name. Cool. Rename to main.js. Ta-da. There we go. My version of the demo. Nice. So we're going to run the many small... I forgot to hit record again. Look at that. The whole page locking because the tasks are so heavy. Editor's note, this one's the charm. Many smaller tasks. Accept, accept, accept. Now they're coming up almost immediately. There's still the up to half a second delay, or the second or whatever it's configured to. But if we stop and look at this now, you'll see what I would consider to be a much more interesting breakdown. Because after demo is blocking constantly, but we can sneak in these tiny little events in between. If I zoom in to one of those, see main thread blocking, but if we get in between here and get really close, these tiny little updates, the paints from the clicks, can all happen between the microtask. And that's the key, is now we could sneak those in between, where previously, if I re-record this with one long task and click a whole bunch, nothing is able to happen. And if we stop and look now, you'll see this long task went, and then at the end, all the updates could happen afterwards. As always, Ryan is making very important points. If you replace scheduler.yield with putting the rest of the routine inside of a set timeout 0, you would technically get the same impact for something like this. But the scheduler.yield API is nicer because uninterrupted, it can continue on the microtask. And that's, again, the key difference here is theoretically, if I go back to Stackblitz, for this example, because it is so simple, I can change this to be set timeout 0, comma, block main thread, set timeout 0, comma, block main thread again. Delete these and move this to be at the end here. This is effectively doing the same thing. And if I go back here and clean this up, I can prove it. Many smaller tasks, accepting cookies, behaves how you expect. And it's the same exact deal. Why is it not showing it here, though? Function before delay? Oh, I did the order wrong. That was very stupid of me. Sorry, I'm bad at JavaScript. I'm so used to having an editor that tells me when I did something stupid. I'm dumb. There we go. If only we had a type system that could tell us when we made mistakes like that. Cool. Fix this code. Now we have the function, but we have it under a timeout of 0, so it should immediately execute, but the separation here is triggering it later. So if we rerun this one last time, many small tasks, accepting cookies, and they come in chunks because it has the free window. And now we see basically the exact same thing, where if I zoom in on one of the gaps here, you'll see all the updates happened in between. But if there were other slow tasks, like other renders, like I had done this, and then I did one long task. Actually, I'll show that, because I think that might be the most compelling thing. We're going to have many smaller tasks, and I'm going to trigger one long task while that's happening, and then accept, oh, I should have recorded for that. Cool. Many small tasks, then one long task. Now I'm accepting cookies. And this long task had to block everything there. So see that long one right in the middle? Because that's now allowed to block when it's not the microtask queue. But if I had reverted this back, which I will, it'll take a second. Command Z my way. Cool. Now, this will probably be the most interesting demo. This might be the one where it clicks. Small tasks, accept some cookies. Long task, accept more cookies. And these cookies can all come in before that long task starts, because yield is saying, do the important tasks, not the long blocking ones. And it can sneak in all of your click events before it triggers that long task, because this task is lower priority than the inputs. That is really cool. And thank you, as always, Ryan, for giving me the opportunity to show the actual difference here on a much deeper technical level. It is the macro versus microtask part. Back to this article. This is actually super helpful. So yeah, as we see here, the tasks can be handled significantly quicker. Canceling a scheduled task after yielding with a task controller. Ooh boy, I didn't even know about this. This is super cool. I assumed it was there, but I hadn't seen it. The continuation of work in the code, it is there. The continuation of work is that the code runs after the scheduler yield call. You can cancel this continuation by using the following: the abort method of a task controller, the post task method of a scheduler object, and the signal option of a scheduler.yield. Look at that. Signals. Always good to have Ryan leaking into everything, right? The main point to highlight in the following code example is the user can start a long-running task by clicking the start button, but the user can also cancel the task by clicking cancel. So we have block main thread, scheduler.yield, signal, inherit. The task using the scheduler, passing the signal from the controller. The inherit option means the task will inherit the signal from its parent. So if we create a scheduler above, in this case, scheduler.postTask, that will now be a signal that can be tracked. If we want to cancel it later on, we can call the same controller, but this time .abort, in order to cancel that. Yeah, let controller. So we've made this controller a global, effectively. We bind it when we create the signal from the user clicking the start button, but then the cancel button can cancel at any point. It doesn't literally cancel you in the middle of the work. It only cancels during the await scheduler.yield section. But again, if we're thinking about React, imagine it's doing a big, heavy render to update your whole page. But then it yields for a second and sees, oh, you changed the state. All the things I was rendering don't matter anymore. I'm going to re-trigger this render, stop all the work I was doing, and do the right render this time. That is magical. It makes writing your own React or things like it that perform as well trivial. This is so cool. Oh, he even has a demo of the cancellation. And again, you need to be on the Chrome beta for it. Oh, I pressed the wrong buttons a whole bunch again. Let's record a new one. Cancel, clear, record, start work. And it tries to run 5 chunks of work, and when you cancel, it won't run all of them. Chunk 1 ended, chunk 2 ended. I can cancel after chunk 3, and now it will cancel before it gets to 5. Super, super cool. And again, we can see here with the blocking work, we do the first one, we do the second one, and then my interruption, which was on the queue waiting, gets processed, and it has a cancel, which prevents the rest of the work from being done. Super, super simple. This is really cool. It is important to note, though, as you've seen from me hopping between browsers, it's currently an experimental web standard. So you need to opt in before using it. You can do that locally or signing up. It is now default in the newest Chrome beta, so it's no longer just behind a flag. We're making a lot of progress. I actually have pulled up here the Chrome 129 beta notes. It is part of the official latest Chrome beta. It's happening. It's time. We're getting there. But this is not ready to use in production yet. Apparently, you can get special permissions from Chrome to use this flag early by requesting to be part of the origin trial, which lets them put your website's origin in their set of ones that are allowed to access this early. Also, to Ryan's point earlier, if you use a set timeout or just do a quick promise resolve like this here, you're effectively doing the same thing when you call this await there. It no longer has the priority benefits, but at least you can interrupt and let other work take precedent. They call out the exact differences here, where with scheduler.yield, the continuation of work is placed at front of the task queue, but with set timeout, it's placed at the end. So if there's other work that has to be done that isn't priority work, this goes after it. So we go back to Lydia's example. We would effectively need to have a third queue here of the micro task queue. And if my understanding is correct, micro tasks are things like processing the on-click, not like the heavy JavaScript work. Am I correct or am I insane? I may be mixing them up, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So I want to make sure I get all the terminology right. No promises. Okay. So microtask queue is anything but a promise. Noted. So here's another example to try and make this easier to understand. If we have 2 complex renders, This one's in here and it's going to take a while. This other one exists, but we call schedule.yield. Oh, error tasks are the promise resolution. You know what? I did kind of demo this part fine. I'm going to kill. Okay, events are macro tasks. Macro task queue will empty before processing the next macro task. Okay. So the macro task queue empties before processing the next macro task with both, or I can explain the core concept without properly doing this distinction, so I'm going to not do it. Okay. So let's say our call stack looks like this. And I have to make my task queue a lot longer for this to work. So we have our complex render going on in the call stack. And then in the task queue, we have these two inputs that have to be processed, and then another much longer piece. If we call schedule.yield, effectively, we are taking these other parts and we are inserting them here, in between. So we can process the events, put these in, run them. Then we move this here, and then immediately put them back on the call stack once those events are done. If we were to do the other example where we called set timeout instead, these tasks don't go in between the events and the complex render. They go after the complex render. And that's the key difference, is whatever other complex tasks exist in the queue, when you call scheduler.yield, you're taking your things that are slow. Oops, not if that's what I wanted to do. Cool. So that's the key difference. If you call scheduler.yield, this would all go before the additional complex task. If you call set timeout, this goes after, like any other promise would. If you want a more complex understanding of these things, I will once again reference both Lydia's video as well as the what the heck is the event loop anyways. Both, once again, essential watches for any JavaScript dev. You'll learn so much. And you don't have to do the same thing I'm doing, which is rely on Ryan Coniato to tell you what you do and don't know. Essentially what setImmediate has been doing in Node. I don't write code that is smart enough to use setImmediate, so I will defer to other smarter people to correct us here. I think I've covered the core stuff here. Let me keep reading as we wait for that. Oh, that's actually a really good example. So scheduler.yield, we have the timeout callback, yielding with scheduler.yield, continuing after schedule.yield. Since we put this timeout thing, this is now on the queue. So we don't want this to be interrupted with our code. So our code is running, it does this, it yields, and then it does this. This task should not take precedent over the work that we were already doing. So now we get this first, then this, and then this task from the set timeout can run. But if we're using set timeout and these promise calls, this other random thing we called set timeout on, or whatever else going on in our code base, those are now able to run in between. So here we end up with yielding, then the timeout callback, then we get to continue our work. But notice the difference, as they call it in the article, where the continuation happens. The timeout goes in between when you use set timeout or promises to DIY this. but it gets scheduled after when you call scheduler.yield. That is a really cool thing. And since this article was really helpful, I will give DebugBear their opportunity to plug how DebugBear helps monitor the impact of scheduler.yield. DebugBear is a wide performance monitoring tool. DebugBear is a web performance monitoring tool that helps you track the performance of your web apps. They show you interaction index paint scores, specific interactions, visualization of your total blocking time, and your CPU activity as well. When you use scheduler.yield, you can monitor the impact on your web performance metrics. They even have real-time monitoring to make that clearer too. The DebugBear report shows you the activity that was blocked by the CPU. You can view it on the timeline. That is a much nicer view than what I was just dealing with in Chrome. Good plug. Good shit. Huge thanks to DebugBear and Dumar for doing this one for me. Makes my life a lot easier. If you want to read the whole article, link in the description as always. Thank you for Ryan for making me seem like I actually know what I'm talking about. And thank you to Excalidraw for making my life easier with these diagrams. As well as a thank you to our sponsor. Makes all this stuff possible. This was really fun. I can't wait for this API to ship for everybody and hopefully to find its way into other browsers too. And until next time, peace nerds. Note for Phase, I'm going to refilm part of the intro so that we can sneak in an ad spot if we decide to do one for this video, which isn't unlikely. Okay, I have a good one here. Yeah. On the topic of yielding, I'm going to have to ask you guys to yield for a second for a quick word from our sponsor. Cool. Nice. Now we have that too. Everything that is needed has been passed on. Marker end of scheduler.yield. I don't know the sponsor yet either. We have a whole bunch to fill out. Cool. One more is done. Did we ever get an update on the Mateo benchmark? I was waiting for the new post. Did they even post it? No. They did? Where? Not finding it. Somebody has a link. Awesome. We can cover that. So many of these are high effort. I'm going to bump some of the low effort ones up. "22-minute read." I do not have that in me right now. Does someone have a read time on it? This one's much shorter. This will be fun. Cool. Let's do this. You covered in detail in your last stream? Oh boy. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. I'm very excited to. I stopped in for a little, but I was so busy last Friday. Let's do toasts are bad UX. I also named this one scheduler.yield, so I have that. Let's get to the article though, because I'm excited. Toasts are bad UX. Oh boy. I like toasts quite a bit. There's even a short of me freaking out over how good the ones in ShadCN are. But this is going to be a fun article. I'm actually quite excited to read this because I've had some issues with toasts as like core UX and user experience stuff. I want to see what Max has to say. The core problem is that toasts always show up far away from the user's attention. Take a look at this example on YouTube. I hate this so much, especially when you have something big and like filling your screen. It's so annoying to hit the button and not see anything happen except for in the tiny little corner over there. I even feel this with PicThing. Like when I'll show an old and a new version to showcase this. So this version of PicThing, when you click copy, it pops up right there and it says image copy to clipboard. When you're watching this on a small screen like this and you're looking at the whole screen, it's easy to see. But if I'm scrolled like this and I click it up here, it feels like nothing happened. On the old version, which is what I used with my team and still kind of do, when you click anywhere on here, it puts the whole thing in a loading state right under where you clicked. And while this is objectively comically uglier, I felt more like this was working. And I've had far too many times where I clicked on an image to copy it on PicThing and wasn't sure if it copied or not. Then I remembered, look at the corner. Oh, yeah, it did. Cool. And as silly as that might sound, especially when I've used this one a whole bunch, it is now ingrained for me to expect where I clicked to be the place where the thing happened. And that is the issue with toasts, is the locality of the action is different from the locality of the information. Oh boy, we got Igor in here already. Inline/in-context interactions are his current obsession. Oh boy, excited to see what you do with Axiom. So again, they use the YouTube example where you click the button and the thing changes in the corner. Also, I love when you hit the add button, it appears there. There's so many things moving around here that suck. So the problem's the YouTube toast. He clicks the save button on the right-hand side of the screen, a modal appears in the middle of the screen, and then a toast appears in the bottom left corner. And there are a few more problems in this particular example. The toast is delayed without a loading indicator. Oh God. Yeah, it takes too long to come up. If I check or uncheck a checkbox in the modal, I need to wait multiple seconds for the previous toast to disappear before I can get the confirmation toast. That one I have absolutely seen. If I scroll to here and I want to watch this thing later, hover, save to playlist, wait, this comes up, click here, the toast happens. If I unclick and then click two more, removed, keep waiting, added to inspo, and then if I close this while it's still happening, more toasts. That's so bad. That's so bad. I do want to watch this part later, so I'm switching that for sure. But now we have to wait for all of those toasts before we know if it actually committed the action that we wanted it to commit. Thankfully, with things like pick.ping, not pitchfork. Thankfully here we have stackable toasts. So you can just click different things and they all stack and you can hover and it shows them all at once. Kind of silly that our toast experience is exponentially better than YouTube's despite not having hundreds of engineers working on it. But that's because of Sonner. People are already linking it, so I'll pull that up. Sonner makes it hilariously easy to do this right. They even have an API for promises, which we're using heavily. Do they include that in here? Yeah, here. You write a promise and you pass the promise to toast.promise, and you could add a loading success and an error state. And I'll be honest, this is so convenient that I just use it everywhere now because it's such a quick way to add nice looking state that demos well and looks good in tutorials online and shit. Like when I post a clip, look at all the toast.promises calls we have in the pick.ping code base. It looks great. But the focus shift that you have to do for that is bad enough that I still kind of miss the original version where you would click and it would show the loading state on the thing you're clicking. But yeah, the toast being delayed, as I just showed on YouTube, that is atrocious. If I check or uncheck a checkbox in the modal, I need to wait multiple seconds for the previous toast to disappear. And also the undo button in the toast is unnecessary because the user can just click the checkbox again. Yeah, I've never clicked the undo button in that corner on YouTube ever. The solution, no toast. Here's a simple redesign of the save interaction that solves all the problems above. Adding opens up the menu right there, and when you click it, it has a little loading spinner next to it. The playlists are shown right beneath the button instead of in a modal. After checking or unchecking a checkbox, a loading indicator is shown. When the loading indicator disappears, it implies the action has completed. No toast necessary. Yeah, I'm with you. 2 more examples. 1, confirming something was added or removed. When archiving an email in Gmail, a toast appears showing confirmation. By archiving the email disappears from the list, which already implies the action was successful. Here's a fun one. I use Superhuman, which is built on top of Gmail or Outlook now too. They have a toast, but they have a cool feature where it doesn't immediately send an email. It gives you like a 5 to 10 second window. You can click instant send, or you can wait and it will send in its right time. I also have Superhuman set, so when I send an email, it will, how do I put it? I also have Superhuman set, so when I send an email, it auto archives it. But sometimes I want to go quickly check something in it. There's no way to do that. You can't click the toast to see the email. Your only option is instant send or undo. There is no option to send, but then let me click the toast to go see it. It's a small thing, but it's one of the very few UX gripes I have in a piece of software that makes my life significantly easier. Seriously, if you spend your life in email, you should sub to Superhuman. I'll leave a link in the description for a free month that also gets me paid because I bugged them and they made an affiliate program for me. So check it out. If you write a lot of email, it's a lifesaver. But they even get this wrong, and they're like the UX gods. Another example they have here is I'm getting pwned here. If you want to make fun of me, just say it. I get it. That is actually hilarious, though, that I built the exact thing he's calling out as a bad use case. The button already includes a confirmation, so the toast is entirely unnecessary. Yeah. It could be worse, though. What's worse than a toast? No feedback at all. So you don't have time to design or build a better feedback mechanism. I guess a toast is better than nothing. Very fair. This was awesome, Max. Thanks for inspiring me to go on this rant and also inspiring Igor to go spin his blog back up so he can write about this too. Always surprised how trillion-dollar companies don't care as much about basic UX things like AWS. When you have a billion users, tiny 0.1x UX improvements have massive return on investment. I totally agree. I'm going to show a funny example of that, actually, before we wrap up. 1 sec to make sure I don't share things I don't want to. Cool. None of these comments are inappropriate. When I post a new video, I instantaneously get a pile of spam comments. None of these are spam, so I don't want to demonstrate the whole flow. But when you're dealing with a spam comment, it was literally 9 clicks per. You have to hit here, hit report, wait for a modal to come up, check the box for the type of thing, hit next, confirm, hit next again. Then you have to choose, there's another checkbox you might accidentally miss that is hide user from channel, and then confirm on each comment. I bitched for a while about this because the solution seems simple. Give me a little checkbox and let me 1 click report a whole bunch of things. And then they did it. It took them 3 months because it was Google, but I bitched about this publicly. To be fair, they were probably already working on it, but it did feel like they implemented not just what I needed, but exactly how I had asked them to. And it has made my life much better being able to checkbox select the 5 spam comments I just got on a brand new video, and then 1 click, flag, and remove. They got rid of all the confirmations too. It was so nice. It was such a big win. And it seems small because tiny 0.1x UX improvement, but it made me much happier as a creator. It made me feel like YouTube got what I needed, and it made my experience using it much better. Yeah, these details are important, and as great as toasts are, and as simple as it is as a way to provide some feedback, they are overused, and the way that YouTube's using them here sucks. One more small call out. You'll notice here it has the lock icon to show if something is private or not. In his demo, he removed the lock icon, so he's making real estate where there wasn't any. but it's still much better. And if they could find a way to replicate this experience, that would be a UX win. Relying on toasts for everything sucks, especially once they start to stack up. And making a pretty stack does not solve this problem. This is really fun. I need to sneak in a sponsor spot too. Do you know what isn't bad? Today's sponsor. Yeah, I like that. Anyways, sorry about that. Had to pay some bills. Let's get to it. Nice. And now the outro. I feel guilty. I'm not going to lie. I'm possibly going to go and gut all the toasts I've been putting in all my stuff, but I'm also lazy, so I might not. Let me know what you guys think. Do you feel like toasts are overrated, underrated, or they're fine? Let me know. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That's it. I'm removing all the toasts from my project. I don't like that I have to do the in-video ad spots now, but it's just a growing pain. We'll get used to it. That's 4. Everything else here is going to take a lot of time. Is there anything that won't? This could be fun. Oh, yeah. The ad spots are really good. Do I play one for y'all? Should I show you guys what one of my ad spots looks like? Give me 1 second. I'm not showing you guys the best one I've done, but I'm showing you one of them. One that I did yesterday that I think is really good. This one's coming out on today's video if all goes well, so you're not getting that early a preview. Yeah, making this video, they've given me no input whatsoever. They've just given me a couple hints about new things coming up in the past, and I've barely talked to them since. This video is not sponsored in any way by Cursor, but it does have a sponsor, so let's cut to them really quick.
Oh, bam, there we go. Get status.
Yeah, what you working on?
Sorry, I didn't see you there. I was actually watching the front-end masters course that Primogen did on Git. It's been really helpful so far.
Wait, you paid for a course? Don't those cost like thousands of dollars?
Do I look like I have thousands to spend on a course? I write JavaScript for a living. It's only $400 a year, and you get over 200 courses from industry veterans like Primogen, Lydia Hall, Jason Langsdorff, Mishko Heap.
Okay, I get it.
You better get it. It's actually $100 off until Wednesday, so if you check out soon, you'll only have to spend $300 on this massive set of courses. Frontendmasters.com. Check it out and tell them I sent you.
Okay, back to Cursor. I want to give a demo of the experience I had. Cool. I think I did a good job. I'm making sure I mark at the end of toasts. Yeah, sorry I just broke your guys' sponsor block by putting that in the middle of the stream, but yeah. This is pretty much exactly what I was thinking of, Kai. I used a lav mic. I bought a shotgun mic, and I've been testing it over the last day, and it's awful. It just does not work in like general rooms. Yeah. We'll make it work. It's annoying because like filming those is so much effort, but I've started to crack it because I've had to film like 5 so far. But yeah, we'll get there one step at a time. How long is this clipboard one? Oof. I do want to cover this, but I don't have the energy to go through something that long right now. The tier list is, I haven't even started planning that one. SSR is up in Notion. Oh, you found the actual updated post. Let's do it. Does anyone happen to have the picture from the original one? Because I would love to have like the original bad one to reference, like to show how bad it was and how much less bad it is. Web archive is probably the move, but he deleted the tweet. Funny enough, like because I and a few others bullied him into it, I feel bad for pushing him to delete it. But I think it's important context to show how bad we thought the performance was and how bad it ended up actually being. It is possible I have this cached in Discord locally. I have to scroll back so far for that, though. August 27th. I have it. Yes. Notion's the easiest place for me to dump this, actually. That's our benchmark. I am so happy that I like chat about these things with people so often that my Discord cache can save my ass. I am hyped on that. Haha. Okay, I have my intro. Let's do this. Okay. If you're chronically online like myself, you might have seen this benchmark floating around a few weeks ago. And as you can probably guess from looking at it, it exploded. People were not happy when they saw this. And it's understandable. Like, how is React 1/5 the speed of Fastify and 1/4 the speed of Solid? For just SSR, by the way. This whole thing is about how fast can a server generate pages using these frameworks. This became drama of the week for sure. It was created, or the benchmark was created by Theo, who is a core Node contributor, phenomenal engineer, and one of the core creators of Fastify, which is my preferred way to host servers with JavaScript. I use Fastify for all of my one-off server stuff. It's really, really good and like hilariously fast. I kind of like that idea for an intro, Gabriel, but I have a third option. Okay, retake on the intro. If you're anything like me, you look at this chart and start to second guess your choices with tools like React. But also, if you're anything like me, you immediately get suspicious when you see Svelte and React performing this poorly in a performance showdown of any form, even if it is SSR. So what's going on here? Is this as bad as it might seem? What happened? We got to break this one down. Thankfully, this specific image is no longer public because it was almost entirely wrong, but the reality is even more interesting. So let's go there one step at a time. First and foremost, this benchmark was created by Matteo Collina, who's a core contributor to Next.js. First and foremost, we should know the who. Before we go too into depth, before we go deep here, we need to go a little shallow on something else. Today's sponsor. Cool. As we're cut to a sponsor. If we have one, drop that if we don't. Anyways, this was fucking motors. Motorcycles are the worst. Anyways, somebody else might have a better quality of this. Backed up. Oh, you do. Thank you, sir. Cool. Redoing the intro. I'm going to marker and reset the whole thing. It's easier to just redo the whole intro. It's fine. It's no effort for me, and that would be some effort for him. Ugh, that doesn't look good. If you're anything like me, you see this chart and you immediately start regretting your choice in picking things like React. But also, if you're anything like me or you hang out a bunch, you might get suspicious pretty fast because Svelte should not be scoring that low on any performance showdown of any form. This chart was made by a very talented engineer, Matteo, who is one of the core creators of Fastify as well as a core contributor to Node. So he knows JavaScript performance well. This benchmark was meant to showcase how fast these different solutions can generate HTML pages that get sent to a user. Thankfully, it was almost entirely wrong. The history of how this happened in the deep dive, or the details of why this happened, are fascinating, and I'm actually quite excited to go through them all with you. But before we can do that, we have to first hear from our sponsor. Cool. And once the sponsor cuts done, we go back to it. Cool. So what happened here? The first thing we need to pay attention to is this SSR callout. This is how fast these different solutions are generating HTML pages that the user gets. All of these behave very differently though, because Solid, Vue, Svelte, and React all have to also send JavaScript that can bind to the HTML, which means a lot of things. It means the HTML being sent is different. It means that there's JavaScript that has to be pulled in and do specific things. There's a lot of details there. But the more important parts are the things that were just wrong with the benchmark. When this originally happened, I called them out, and we're going to go through these one at a time. The first is Rich Harris, who quoted it with, "Unfortunately, this is wrong. The Svelte implementation is doing a lot more work than the others. It's not an apples to apples comparison. I fixed it and also added Svelte 5 to the mix for good measure. Turns out we're actually faster than Fastify." So in this example, I want to find the pull request because it was actually quite funny. Aligns Svelte implementation with all the others. It's a one-line change. He swapped from the tiles, which is what they were like rendering a bunch of, from creating a new array for every entity to just pushing them. And that was the only change necessary to go from near the bottom to near the top. His example was copying arrays for literally no reason. And he didn't write the example. It was just the example representing his framework, and it was wrong. And when he audited it, he found this obvious failure and fixed it. Turns out a lot of the code was being written by AI, as we'll get to momentarily. That was the mistake Rich caught. Ryan caught some things that I wouldn't quite call mistakes, but are still notable. I looked at the benchmark, and I found inconsistencies in Solid as well. We were the only ones doing a bunch of extra style bindings, so I removed them. But Fastify and HTMX simple renders aren't equivalent since they don't need to account for hydration, so I turned it off. Again, hydration means that the JavaScript on the client can figure out which element is which, But if you don't have that, you can generate less HTML with less information and do it much faster. So when he turned off the hydration, he was able to get numbers that were very, very close to what they were seeing with Fastify. So Fastify was getting like 893 min and a 982 average. And without hydration, he was getting a 1305 min and a 1506 average. So again, despite being a client-side framework, he was able to render the correct HTML page faster than Fastify could. Pretty massive gap there too. It's almost a 2x difference. Nuts. But then we get to everyone's favorite, React. What went wrong with the React version? They were running it in dev mode. So another one-line change. Start node environment equals production, node server.js. And that immediately resulted in a massive performance win. It's a very common blunder, so Dan is always on the lookout to see if that is happening. I replied accordingly. And that's why I wrote my reply, breaking down all of the mistakes and also calling out that these benchmarks were being written by LLMs. Pro tip, if you're writing benchmarks for technologies that are written by really smart people that are also quite accessible publicly, and the scores don't look good, hit them up to make sure you did things right, especially when it's things like Svelte and Solid that should be really fast, and you didn't put React in prod mode. Like, catchable mistakes. Thankfully, Matteo and the team took this seriously, deleted the post, deleted the tweet about it, and then followed up later on with what they consider the actual numbers. And we see here, things are a hell of a lot closer. But let's break down this in detail. First, Matteo cites me, which is awesome. Appreciate that a ton. I put quite a bit of work into making sure I got all of the details of all of the mistakes that I knew of, at least. I didn't dig into the Vue one because I didn't see anybody talking about it, but I covered all the others. He also thanked everyone who gave advice and helped throughout this. Really cool that he did that. And also, Jovi added a Preact version 2 for a comparison. Love that as well. So let's take a look at the updated results. We begin with the outlier, Fastify HTML. A Fastify plugin wrapping GHTML, delivering 1,088 requests per second. It was added as a baseline. It doesn't really compare well with all the others because it's just a wrapper for a simple HTML templating library with none of the features the other libraries have. Specifically, the ability to bind the JavaScript that is being written so that it can do things after the page loads. There is no concept of after the page loads with an HTML template generator. That concept comes from something like HTMX or a client-side framework. Due to its simple nature, we expected it to be the better performing library, and we wanted to see just how far behind the other fully featured libraries would be. Next, we have Vue, delivering 1,028 requests per second. Vue is probably the best deal if you want great SSR performance and want a truly comprehensive library ecosystem. Then we have Svelte 5, which was still a pre-release, which is delivering 968 per second. Solo is at 907. React's younger brother Preact was at 717. Then React 19's release candidate was last with 572 requests per second. At the top, we see Fastify HTML and Vue, yada yada. As mentioned before, the Fastify HTML test was added as a baseline and to demonstrate what could be gained in performance by doing away with fully fledged front-end frameworks and sticking to minimal templating. Good old HTMX mindset. Well, let's read the actual post. That's cool. I know it's silly, but like having Platformic, which is a platform and crew that I've looked up to for like 5+ years now, citing me as the first name other than Matteo on the page, that's really cool. That means a lot. I know like I have the big numbers and people hitting me up and whatever, but these small things make me feel like I'm having actual impact. Being listed next to these fucking legends is surreal. It's so cool. And I love Matteo. Like, to be clear, mistakes were made. These things happen. He is working hard, understood why this was going the way it was, and took the time to do it right. And I will always appreciate someone for that. Server-side rendering is an often overlooked aspect when building high-performing web apps in Node. During my time consulting, many engagements centered around debugging Node performance issues. In these scenarios, the culprit's almost always SSR. SSR is a CPU-bound activity that can easily be the main cause of blocking Node event loop. It's crucial to consider this when choosing your front-end stack. We set out to find out the state of SSR performance across today's most popular libraries, especially those that especially those that can be cleanly integrated with Fastify. For this, we need to generate a non-trivial sample document that includes a large number of elements to have a very large page for the test, and consequently have more running time to capture each library's performance. We asked an LLM to write some code to draw a spiral in a container using divs as 10 by 10 pixel tiles. Here is that code. Subsequently, we asked it to create versions using all the libraries that we intended to test, with the implementations adapted to use each library's rendering engine rather than relying on the DOM method instead. This is what our sample looks like with all 2,398 divs. That's trippy. The Fastify Vite integration makes for a perfect testbed for investigating where SSR performance is at for various frameworks. We looked at React, Vue, Solid, Svelte, and Preact. We also looked at Fastify HTML as a reference point. We chose not to consider tools like Next, Astro, and Quick, as well as other fully fledged frameworks, as they don't offer an isolated rendering method. Again, they're just trying to test this using Fastify's Vite binding. They also use boilerplate as follows. Vite ready, serverless, and all simple. They were all running as the production build after running Vite build. The only exceptions are Fastify HTML and the EJS tests, because those don't actually require Vite. Let's check out the repo. I want to see if I can catch any potential holes in the React example, because that was slower than I would have expected. Client, base. Okay, I can admit that's pretty simple. There is no subcomponent rendering or complexity there. It's just creating all of these elements, creating all of the tile states, and then using that to render this. Nice and simple. I can appreciate that. So they made sure all the examples have the same characteristics. No client-side reactivity features used at all. They all handle style bindings using template literals unless that was inappropriate for the framework, like for React and Solid. So again, if we look at the code here, it's just going to use class name tile, because if it had to render the inline styles for all the details for all of them, that would just be a lot more work it has to do for no reason. So the only dynamic part being this with the style tag. That makes more sense. X and Y values are created with two fixed too, and there's no style tag other than the ones in the document shell. Also love that, remember, this is Mateo. He's doing very well. He's deep in the JavaScript world. He's still rocking a 2020 MacBook Air with 8 gigs of RAM because it doesn't matter. Anyways, Fastify HTML. We began with the outlier. These are the speeds they saw. Average of 1,088 requests per second, I'm assuming. Yeah, 1,088 requests per second. Fastify HTML was added to the template as a baseline. It doesn't really compare well with all the others because it's just a wrapper for an HTML thing. The boilerplate used can be seen below. Notice the create HTML function, mimicking Fastify Vite, which is used to register a layout function that renders the document shell. All nice and simple. Vue was surprisingly fast, 1,028 for a client-side framework being rendered on the server. That's nuts. They use render to string, which is really fast. Svelte hit 968 requests per second, which is still really, really nuts. They have their own templating language, just like Vue does. But through that, they were able to make really, really good performance. Solid is right behind. And to be clear, Solid's performance focus isn't server-side rendering, it's client-side experience, but they still managed to get some of the better server-side rendering performance. But if you want to see Solid at its best, look at a benchmark that shows client-side behaviors and updates. Solid will almost always win. It is really, really fast. Preact, again, minimal version of React. Also performed really well for this. And again, it's the render to string, which is the key part. React has a render to string, but it's rough. It's not as fast as other solutions because they're focused more on rendering to pipes because then it can stream things down. A lot of React's focus has been how do we send things down chunk by chunk when they're ready rather than blocking everything on the whole page going down at once. A test I would love to see is how do these different solutions handle when there is a 1 second blocking task or like even like a 100 millisecond blocking task. How well can they send the user something with that task blocking and then send them the result? Like how often can a server do that without collapsing entirely? I'd be really curious what those numbers would look like. That all said, React hitting 50% of the speed of a tool that is literally just generating static HTML when React is a giant framework capable of so many things. That is crazy. But it's also crazy that Vue with similar capabilities is able to be so close to Fastify, where it's not measured by like fractional differences, it's measured by percentage differences. This is really interesting. My guess would have been that React would perform worse than it is. But I also would have guessed most of these would have performed worse too. So what I've learned from this is that server-side rendering performance doesn't really matter that much when it comes to how fast your client-side frameworks can just spit out the right HTML. They've all gotten to the point where they're pretty damn good. If we compare that to where we thought we were, it's not that bad in the end. Let me know what you think, though. Should we give up on server-side rendering entirely, or should we go rewrite all our servers in Go and Rust? Let me know how you're feeling. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. A render to string in React is legacy. Somebody reply that in here? Or be cool if Twitter was smart enough to load the people who replied to my tweet. There we go. Thank you. Also of note, I didn't even know this, but render to string, not only is it not recommended, it's actually deprecated now, and there's a whole separate proposal, render to markup. It's a render helper for rendering HTML that's not intended to be hydrated. It's intended to support a subset of HTML that can be used as embedding and not served as HTML documents for HTTP. For example, as emails or in RSS or Atom feeds or other distributions. React email is going to have a really good time with this one. That's super cool. I'd be super curious how the benchmark performs if we swapped to this instead. But I'm not going to put the time into that. Really cool that that exists, though. Good find, Gabriel. Back to the post. Cool. Phase, sneak this in when I'm talking about render to string. I trust you to be able to do that well. Yeah, the built-in ones are render to pipeable stream and render to readable stream. That is what the React team currently recommends, but if you really just want to generate HTML, that's the way to do it. Be good to support the recommended approach since render to string is legacy. Stream is able to converse into readable instead of directly piping the node stream that React provides. Or able to use directly for perf instead of trying to wrap it in a readable. Specify offers a reply that sends stream handler. It wraps the internal. If we add a transformer pass-through in between, we'd add additional overhead, which we did not want to add. Need to experiment a bit on how to deal with this slowdown, or how to do this without slowdown. Very interesting. As we see here, the complexity of these things is very real, and if we're just performing how quickly these generate HTML, it's not super useful. But in the end, when the difference is at worst 50%, whatever. And Fastify still flies. I actually got into drama earlier that I didn't make a video on, despite it being incredibly tempting, where I was showcasing the performance differences in something like Rails by default versus something like JS with Fastify. This was Bun with Fastify versus Rails by default. Rails was seeing 5,300 requests per second, and Bun was seeing almost 40,000. We're like, oh yeah, that's Bun. Here's the Node version on Fastify. 36,000. Basically margin for error. Like the difference between those two was nothing. So as fast as Bun is, yeah, Fastify flies. Cool. So what are our conclusions? You can figure out how to cut this phase. I trust you. I tried Elysia, and it wasn't that much faster. I don't care. Get this handled. I need to grab the link because someone had that. It was very handy. Cool. 1, 2. We got 5 out despite starting 2 hours late. I'm relatively tired. It is almost 7 o'clock here. Think I'm going to move offline. I have a video on Cursor coming out as soon as I finish streaming and can go upload it. So keep an eye out for that if you want to know more. Let's thank any subs that I missed while I was doing all this. Dustin, thank you so much for the Prime. Skylurker, almost at the 2-year mark, legend. Pierce Codes with the tier 1 as well. 2 months in, appreciate that a ton. Let's figure out who we're rating. Kind of leaning Ricky again, but I just rated him. Oh yeah, I'll be back Friday, by the way. So be here Friday. We got big launches coming. Mordecai's always fun. We'll rate him. Of course, I still follow QA Partner. I got that handle right? Cool. Throw you guys there. Have fun. See you Friday. Keep ready for that 'cause it's going to be a fun one. Bye, nerds. And goodbye as well to YouTube.